Check 1, 2. Check, check. Check, check, check. My voice, man. My vocal cords are fucked forever, I think. I truly do. I think that they're, Good morning, limit buyer. How are you? Check 1, 2. Y'all ready to get this shit started or what this morning? We're going to turn that off because the bell just rung. We're going to do this together. Good morning out there. I was trying to get on here as quickly as I possibly can. I have construction guys that are here every morning, and I got to meet with those guys. Kids, wife, all the usual suspects, dogs. We're going to take a quick peek here at the market. Give me one quick second here. Oh, fuck me, dude. I can't. Holy shit. $4.38 fucking cents. Start buying them. Start fucking buying them. There you go. Trying to get out of a trade right now. Hold on, guys. All right. I'm going to leave that there. We're going to talk about... I'm going to leave that right fucking there. Okay. So there's a few things we need to look at here. We got some stuff to talk about. I do want you to be aware of something. So right where we are, this is SPX Gamma. We need to talk about this, okay? So do you see how we have a minor call wall and a minor call wall in orange, right? And we have top of the market. And we have Marco in here. Okay, so Marco is slightly higher. He's more like up here. He's more up here. Whatever SPY is at 650, 250-ish. That's about where he is. Okay. I do not expect him to step in immediately, even here, even if we sell right now. And I want you guys to see a few things that happen at these levels. We're going to talk about this for a moment here, and then we're going to go back to the market. Now, I want you to see this, like where we are with price right here. Normally, we come into a new level. In this case, in this case, it's 6,800. There's, of course, some usual behaviors. Not always. But you want to think about, like coming up into this level and rejecting it. It can even be a rejection a couple times. And then we come up here, we get above it. And oftentimes we reject that too, right? Takes a bit to get up there, right? But once we're above this level, this 6,800, what you do is you trigger call rolling. And when you see something like this right here, this top of market, we had a show here on Wednesday, right? It was Wednesday or Thursday where I stopped the show, and I showed you where like all the everybody wants puts, right? Nobody wants calls, right? And then over here, like nobody wants calls. And then all of a sudden, everybody wants calls, right? They all show up. They're like, hey, man, I want some calls, bro. I'm bullish. And this kind of like as we come up here to 6,800, this triggers call rolling. That would mean that everybody wants calls. Does that make sense? And I want you to watch this price action right here, because the top of the call market, see this top of market? It's just the top of like the gamma structure for this week, in this month. So when we come up here, it triggers this action of call rolling higher. You'll see it in premium. You'll see like a kick. So I was in 678s. Those are now trading $4.82. They were $4.32 earlier, and those will start like ramping in price. And dealers will, of course, beef these things up and then sell them to suckers. Now, there's a bunch of stuff you need to know here. We can reject initially. We can reject again initially. We can abjectly reject and just go to the depths of hell. That's another option too. If nobody thinks we're going above a new level, we will just fucking sell. If we don't trigger call rolling, which is where you get the meme bag holders from, right? I have a bag. It's fully empty. Do you want it? No. Oh, look, there's some money in it. Do you want it now? Yes. Oh, okay, here you go. I'm going to hand it to you. And the next guy holds it, and he tries to literally convince other people, look, man, this bag's only a third full. There's like 2/3 left. And so there's more call buyers or whatever, and the bag fills up and up and up and up. And even if there's just a little bit left in that bag, people say, hey, man, there's still some room in there. And until nobody believes that bag can be filled anymore, that you become the bag holder, right? You buy this full bag, it's piled up, and you try to convince the next person, and then they don't think it has any more room left in it. So they don't buy your bags. And there might be another guy standing next to that guy with a fully empty bag saying, what about 6,900, man? And they go, you know what? I don't think we're going higher than 68 or 6,900 or 7,000, whatever that number may be. Now, in this case, people think we're going to 6,900 and 7,000, but I would assume when we get closer to 7,000 and someone tries to say, hey, you want to buy some of these empty bags for 71 and 7,200, that's going to be a hard sell. So what you need to do is drive price higher than 7,000 and have sentiment be great and convince people, right, that they should buy those empty bags, right? Hey, man, the 7,100 is definitely possible. There's no bad news. It's not December 31st yet, man. We got time. Whether that's true or not doesn't matter. It just matters, can you convince people to buy those bags, regardless of where they are? Now, the reason I'm saying that to you is because when we come into these new levels like this is top of the market. We're running into it right now. If we don't reject automatically or reject, then go higher, what it does is it triggers that FOMO. So you're jumping up here, and if that's the wrong way to show it, but if you're jumping up to this new level, and if you trigger that FOMO, do you know what that price action looks like? This is what this is leading to, this conversation. Do you know what this leads into? It leads into price action that does not automatically roll to the downside. It leads into dealers being forced to chase your buying. So if I'm buying calls at 6,800 on SPX to roll to 6,900 in cash market, a dealer will automatically, until you stop buying in size, they will buy the market with underlying security, meaning the SPY, until you're done. And then they will revert back to unloading, delta hedging, unloading those securities on you, in this case in positive gamma, in cash market. Now, one of the fascinating things that's been going on, and the reason why we are where we are, or have been where we're choppy, is because of gamma dynamics. Our gamma flip is just below, or was just below price. And so what you're having is dealers hammering you, selling SPY, let's say, or SPX in cash market. We dump underneath into negative gamma, and then they're forced to buy futures. So it's this like eating its own tail, eating its own tail, eating its own tail, eating its own tail. That's not the case right now. So that price action would look like this. If we break above this level, and if we trigger that call buying, normally it's like this. Bam, bam, bam. Right? And this could actually take place. This is a bad example. This could actually take place between roughly 68.50. So I'll say it again. This is resistance in top of the market. Normally, what you'll do is go up here and go right to the depths of L. That's bad. Normally, if the other way that it would go would be like reject, come down, reject, come down, find the support from momentum. Sorry. That's depths of hell. This one would be deep. This one would be less deep. And then we tip it. And that's all you need. Well, that once you tip that thing, it's telling you, hey, man, I just want to see the tip, right? You don't have to go any higher. Well, you normally actually get a bigger correction there. Oftentimes, like the daily trigger will check just, hey, is this the way? So you get the tip. The daily trigger is telling you, yep, that's where we're going, bro. Okay. And then we'll ramp the fuck over. Once we ramp over, you see this rolling of call action. And what'll happen is you'll get the new high back and forth, and you'll go wham, 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 up to this 6,500 or so, or excuse me, 6,850. And then you'll see the call buyings lessen, and dealers will unload on you. Send you down the depths of hell. You'll be like, oh my God, my shit's on fire. And all it is dealers that they don't want to print your shit until they're worthless over here. And then all of a sudden they're printing it. And I want to show you some prior price action like this, if I can, okay? Before we even get to the rest of today. So I want to show you, in particular, I want to show you as a good example right here. It's a great example. So in this case right here, we came up and we what? All we did was, it was literally a penny. Ding. And that's pretty bullish. We didn't fail 6,700 underneath. We tipped it just like a wick, like a penny. Ding. That was all that was needed. You can actually see the prior failures over here. Like a failure here, failure here, failure right here, failure right here, and then they just went up there and kissed it. Now, when we came back down over here and we eventually came up to break above, this is where things get spicy. And this is 6,700. So you can see we break above. That's the bullish. Oh my God. We're going to 6,800, bro. And so this is the actual triggering of call buying here. And so the dealers are trying to delta hedge, but you start buying more calls. They got to chase you. They start selling on you, buy more calls. So they chase you, then they dump. You buy more calls, they chase you again, and you buy more calls. Now, there probably was an event in here or some kind of a doom shit. I think in this case, I don't know what this was, but there's something happened, right? So you're not buying calls. You're focused on whatever fucking stupid news is out there, and you're not thinking about going higher, so you're not buying calls anymore. Someone's scaring you. They're like, oh, it's bad. So you stop buying calls, and in that moment, dealers can do what? Unload on your ass, right? All the way down. And then, of course, you are panicking. And you're like, oh, my God, we're going to crash. You're like, no, man, they just stopped buying their fucking calls. Stop fucking watching that fucking news. And so this is also a part of bag holding too, right? So someone convinced you to buy these bags, and then they are asking you now to go down here and convince someone that, in fact, the way is higher. And you got to double the fuck down, start buying those fucking 6,700s again, bro. Buy the 6,800s. And if you believe them and maybe some good news, some sentiment, or maybe you're in fucking fear. I can't, man. We might crash. No worries, bro. We'll go back up here again. And once we're up there, I'll sell you those fucking bags again. When you are bullish again. So, what happens over here? Hey, look at that. We come up here, and what do we got right here? More fucking panicins. Right? So they send you all the way down here. You're too scared of a fucking crash. Not managing your emotions. Or maybe you're way the fuck upside down. And you're not telling anybody, oh, I'm all so fucking upside down, I just want to get the fuck on out. This guy's telling we're not going to crash, but I ain't buying that dip. So we get up here and you unload, don't you? And then you go on to some fucking stupid fucking Reddit subreddit and say, I think we're going to crash, bro. And that's because you bought calls here, you got shanked here, you got out by the skin of your teeth over here, you see the down move, and now you are hindsight fucking trading. And you're convinced we're going to do this. You were just lucky to get out by the skin of your teeth. Or you panic sold here, saw this up here and said, fuck me, I got fucked, and now it's going down. It doesn't matter. I was going to get fucked anyways. You understand how this emotions work and the scamming and the, you know, the fake outs and the, you know, dropping bullshit news. Now, all of a sudden, we start going up here, turning around, and you see what? The fucking payout. Cha-ching. And we're back to where? We're back to the new cycle, aren't we? So we come over here this time right here. What happens over here? This same shit. When you see one of our quants, when you see Dr. CS, and he posts in the Discord the kitty cat that's going round and round and round and round and round. He posts that little emote. It's like a little kitty spinning around. Well, this is the start of a new kitty spinning. So what you do up here is you go through these motions, and eventually you're up here, and you're all fucking stoked, aren't you? We're going to trade 7,000, bro. We're going to trade 6,900. And then what do they do to you? They shank your ass down here again. Oh, my God. They're all wrong. My shit's all fucked up. I bought the 6,900. They told us we were going to 7,000. My shit's all fucked up. You get back up here again. Just get me out of the fucking trade, man. Oh, my God. Oh, shit. It's the worst. Market's over, bro. And then now there are some other ways this can play out. If we exit the doom, there is a little bit of there's seasonality mixed into this. There's some other factors. But as an example, let's say you're dicking around up here. You're dicking around down there, and you're like, oh, my God, we're going to crash. And this is like mid-November. There is an opportunity where you go up there and we just start fucking melting. There is a moment where it's just buy everything. It's the end of the year, window dressing. And dealers literally can chase for like a month and a half. And the same thing works. Seasonal weakness. You know, bearish, more bearish, and then at the death part of that capitulation phase, you got the sentiment out there. You got the news saying we're gonna. Trump didn't finalize his tariffs, so we're gonna punish him right now. And so all of you are just piling in on puts and piling in on puts, piling in on puts. So there are some other mechanics that happen. There's other options for this for this to go, depending on the time of year, sentiment, unknown unknowns, events, macro shit you'd have never seen coming. Because that shit takes months, right? Oh my God, it matters right today. Oh my God, they were writing me a fucking manifesto for 3 months, and this one thing did it. So we can change this, and this doesn't necessarily play out like this, but these are the mechanics that you're looking for. So there's the top tick on the top of the market. That's probably the high in this case. Do you see it? That is probably the high. That we probably ticked it at this point. I don't think that we break above it today. If we do, there's an idiom where they'll make you fucking buy it again on Monday or Tuesday. Any of these people that are buying right now will likely be forced to rebuy again on Monday or Tuesday. Just a note on that. You'll be punished early next week. You could get some knock-on buyers on Monday, Tuesday, sweep your ass down here, wham, and you got to buy that shit again. You'll also get new gamma, won't you? Top of the markets, new trades coming into the market. Right? Start seeing new calls, new puts, new this, new that. I want you to know that while we're up here, this is 6,800. Marco is sitting. See Marco right here? He's sitting at 682.50 on SPY. I'm assuming that's right here. So we're fucking close. You want to hedge into the end of the year or the springtime? This is not a bad place to start thinking about it. Anywhere from 6,800 to 7,200. If you wanted to put your hedge on, like, remember, and you're like, why aren't you rolling your hedge cap? This is the place. It starts here into about 7,200. So while everybody's excited, there are bears out there and there are bulls out there that are plotting and planning here. Just like on bottoms when bull's hair is on fire, there are other traders watching this going, I might just put what's volatility at right now? Are puts really fucking cheap here? And just like on Wednesday morning or afternoon, excuse me, on those lows, when you hear people saying, are we going to crash? There are a lot of people saying we're going to 6,900 and 7,000. And there's a small group in the background right where we are, and they're thinking and plotting and planning. They've already thought, if we go to 6,800, I'm going to place a trade that is against what the crowd is saying. So the inverse of that conversation on Wednesday is what? There are traders that want to sell this. You know, to think that you're not going to get some kind of a pullback in here is absurd. You kind of can't do this, though, once we get to mid-November, if we're still in trend. If we get to like November 15th-ish, I would even say November 5th. If you start seeing stocks, not indexes, bottom and they're in trend, and the SPX and Qs have not lost trend, you'll see those stocks turn up first, then you'll see Qs turn up, then you'll see SPX pull up the rear. If in that period of time we get into that thing, I would not recommend any kind of hedging in that time period. So if you're either hedging right now, and the reason being is between now and the 15th, you should get at least one down move. And that would put you into some money. Now, it doesn't matter if we go up to fucking trade 769, 720. It doesn't matter. You're in some money, and you can always cut your losses if we moon up to 720 or 700, 7,000 or whatever. But this is the first place where you start your hedging, because you're probably guaranteed some kind of a pullback. And that puts a little bit of money in your pocket, gives you a little breathing room. It gives you the option if that actually is the top where Marco is, or if we start going back up, you're not bleeding. Well, you're not bleeding red, you're bleeding some green. If that makes any sense. You can always cut them loose and say, fuck it, we're going up. Remember, too, that's a hedge. It's not something you're trying to make money on. So you're down here, we turn around, start turning up. You put some calls on, you leave your hedge on. So you made money on the way down, it didn't roll and collapse. Start going up, gets too high, starts breaking through some stuff where it's saying, yep, we broke this. We broke that prior high right there, bro. That means Marco's now at 6,900. You heard me a couple weeks ago, right? You heard me a couple weeks ago when I said, this was the top. And I said, I think it was over here. There was like a wick over here. It's not on the data feed for TradingView. It's only on like Webull. You have to pay for the big data, but there was a wick right here in like pre-market or something. And I was like, we're going all-time highs. And someone was like, what about all this you got to deal with? I'm like, nope, that guy's over here. And the moment that we broke it, I was like, nope, we're going to beat this whole fucking thing. And Marco is way higher now. He ain't here anymore. He's gone. And this selling right here, this is, not this selling, excuse me. Once we pricked this one, someone was like, well, is this Marco? And I'm like, no, that would have went to the depths of hell. This is Polo. These are the weak bears. Marco's up here. You don't fuck around. Marco is like not to be fucking trifled with. And it was because of this prior high right here. He was actually short here. Then he was short here. And then he was all the way, he was right here. And the moment we ticked him right here, I knew. I was like, he has to move higher now. He has to move up here. He won't go back to this prior one. He'll go higher. And that's because if the way ain't fucking lower, it's above the all-time high. So he already knows to go higher. He already knows to be high, up there. Now, Marco is not a man. Marco is a bunch of different sellers. The other problem that Marco has, he was strong over here. He was strong over here. And he didn't know if he was strong here or not. He thought he was. And then the moment the tick, it was a tick like right here. He got taken out like right there. And the moment he was taken out, he knew that the only way was higher. Now, the issue is that he was really strong here and he was really strong here. He's not that strong up here. He does not have vol control on his side anymore. He does not have CTAs on his side anymore. He doesn't. He had them on his side before. And if that's the case and he's not that strong, you could also wind up dragging COTs up there too, kicking and screaming. Like, here, I'm going to drag you by the fucking hair and you're going to put some window dressing on into the end of the year. And we're going to go fucking vertical. Then you got vol control holding the market up. You got CTAs pushing. You get everybody knowing at some point in mid-November that that's window dressing. So just everybody's buying calls, everybody's buying shares, everybody's closing their shorts. Dealers are chasing, retail's excited. Happy fucking holidays. And it goes literal melt up. Now, that's not confirmed to happen yet. And we got a lot of mechanics to do here for this to happen. Marco can still come in and slam us down. We don't know if that breaks trend and Trump fucks something up or tacos or, says some asinine shit. We don't know. But if they don't, all that shit's going up, 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 up in a big fucking way. And stay the fuck out of its way after the 15th. You'll know, right? You should know around the 5th. Should be pretty clear around November. This is November 5th to November 15th. You should know. We should know if Marco is not that strong, if they didn't break trend, we'll start fucking melting. My God, look at that. There is one more option here, too. There is an option where I want to talk to you about this last thing. This is an outside the range expectation. I don't think this happens, and I hope that it doesn't. Something where there's like panic buying early. You panic buy 650. We go up to 652, 6852. Marco steps in, sells us down, or we go straight up to 695. And then we sell. I want you to know that 652 is top of the market. In my view, 6852, this is top of the market in my view. But there's a caveat. When I count this shit on Elliott Wave, if we do not sell this, like if we bounce off a back test on the daily trigger, this will extend. And we will trade that. So this is the extension phase. And you're like, hey, man, what you said that was the top. That is the top. But you know how things extend? This is where it begins right here. So whenever we trade that 68.52, you want to be paying very close attention to that price action. If that price action holds, like we back test and we hold that shit, they're going to start extending. If they start extending, all bets are off to the upside. It's fucking vertical. That's what extensions look like, right? You come to a bottom, you know that's bottom, and all of a sudden, instead of doing a V shape, you start breaking underneath the known bottom. What happens? Straight down, right? So you can V shape and go up, or you get that down extension. They're not pretty. So you got to pay very close attention on the inverse to this zone here. So we get up here, whoop, dip our heads, and we start holding that shit. It's going to make a new high. It's literally going to go wham, 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 wham. It's a little bit different for the bulls. The bears normally get like a big fat fucking red bar, but the bulls, it's normally like literally just grinding, rip, grinding, rip. That's how it looks like for the bulls, normally. Just some awareness here, okay? Now, let's say you want to trade the trade above 6,800. How do you take this trade? The cap looks like it's going to break above, bro. I'm going to warn you of something. Do not fucking go long here. Do not. There's a bunch of reasons. You need to be above 6,800 and follow your fucking rules. You need to be above 6,800 for your first high to mark. That's it. Are you long there? No. Once you make your new high, if you have any kind of momentum that looks good, yeah, you can take that trade. I'm exaggerating this a little bit just so you can see it. But do not execute along above this 682.50, even if you want to trade the rolling of calls. You cannot fucking take that goddamn trade unless you get the high above 6,800 and a second high with good momentum underneath you. You will get sucked down to the depths of hell. So the next trade for a trader right where we are is what? It's either do nothing or we look for a reversal to sell it down. So you're either buying a dip lower or you're waiting for a new high and then the new high right there, okay? You can take that trade. Right here is danger. Do not listen to the fucking bulls. When we're on lows and I tell you to not fucking listen to the fucking doomers, the same shit applies here to the bulls. Bulls are going to tell you all kinds of stupid shit. Don't listen to them. It does not matter if they're right. It doesn't fucking matter if this thing squeezes and pops it all the way up here. Oh, Cap, you were wrong. It's not that wrong. So when you run this trade 100 fucking times, they are wrong. This is how it works to consistently make money. Every time. Not sometimes. Not a few times, not 2 times. No hindsight trading. I don't give a fuck if we squeeze up. I've lost trades to the downside that way. And one asshole is like, well, I was short, bro, and I made $1 million. That fucking guy disappears. He's wrong 9 times out of 10. There's always one asshole that was right. Do not listen to those fucking people. I warn you, it's one of the biggest parts of trading. Hindsight trading is bullshit. And there's always someone there telling you, woo, I got it, bro. But that asshole's never there the next time. It's like some new guy saying it. Then there's a new guy saying it. Then there's a new guy saying it. Remember, did you fucking buy the dip down here on the Wednesday low? I guarantee you that some schmuck, no offense, didn't buy that, and he's the asshole buying the calls now. Don't be that guy. Be the guy that buys calls in fear. That's when you got to be there. All right, that's enough ranting from me. Okay, happy Friday, by the way. I hope you all made fucking bank. I gave you a trade 2 days ago on Wednesday's low. It's now printing $5.20. 500%. Congratulations. If you want to leave your runners running, you're more than welcome to. If you've closed and taken profit, happy fucking week. If you long beyond with us, congratulations. If you sold beyond and knew to sell beyond, congratulations. If you shorted beyond to the depths of hell, I know it's coming back up, but congratulations. This week has been excellent. If you sold the market with me on Vixpiration Day to the depths of hell, congratulations. Literally, this community should be fucking rich today. Like, rich. I love you all, and I appreciate you sticking around. Let's get into it. Oh, yeah, baby. Coming up to test the pre-market high up here. We had a pre-market high of 678 to the tick. Riding the NAR, congratulations. Good job. She also called it on Wednesday for our community. So if you're listening right now, riding the NAR, thank you very much. We have some news coming in right now at 10 a.m. So today's Friday, right? We had some late news this morning. And now we also have another band of news at 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. We know that flows, either positive or negative, come in at 10 and 12. We also know on Fridays, if we get a move up or down about an hour or two later, we tend to fade that move. So the first thing we're going to remember here is 10 a.m. and it's now 10:10, and then 12 p.m. for a Friday. The next band of news comes in at 1 p.m. We get HSBC composite PMI flashes, services manufacturing for PMI. And then at 2, it says we get retail sales at 2 a.m. I don't think so. No, actually, all this stuff is late night. I don't think we have anything today. Do we? Hold on. I might have this wrong here. Hold on. We had Michigan consumer sentiment. Sorry, it's Baker Hughes oil rig totals at 1 p.m. That's it. So we're done for today. We've got no news on Saturday. We got midterm. No, that's not us. Hold on a second here. I'm reading this fucking wrong. I've got sorry, I apologize. I'm pulling an anchor man here. Hold on one second. I've got the wrong countries in here. Trying to look at a bunch of different countries. At 1 p.m. we got Baker Hughes. On Saturday, Sunday, we got no news. On Monday, we don't have anything until 10:30 in the morning. We get the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index. A note here that on Monday morning at 11:30, we get a 3-month and 6-month bill auction. Expect a bid on those bills. They should be in the dumpster. And remember that we've got high inflation. There could be a little bit of a wobble on whether we're going to cut or not, or continue cutting. So be aware of 11:30 on Monday morning that you could see a little bit of risk-off type behavior. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to look at the 4-hour. Happy Friday out there. Happy Friday. We're going to mark this right here. 672.86. We're going to mark this low right here. This is 669.62. And 670.70. So importantly here, as I just explained to you how the mechanics work for trading a new zone, I want you as the bull to remember these levels here. These levels are going to be important to you. We will more than likely, if we're still between now and November 15th, you're very likely to see a trip down here again. You see it here? There. You're likely going to see us back here at some point. And I want you to see this here. You know, Poop Island? We talk about Poop Island. We're building out a zone or a base here, right? Now have a base. You know what Poop Island looks like, right? Down here, up there, sweep down, then we're up there. Start building this Poop Island out, right? So I want you to think about this as an island of shit. And, you know, to come back down here is quite reasonable, okay? So this is the new Poop Island. For lack of a better word, new Poop Island being built right now. Remember these levels, 672.86, 670.70, and on an extreme 669.62. Next thing, we want to look at the 1 hour. And we're stacking them up. You're going to put, this will become a 4 hour right here. This will be a 4 hour. It's not right now, but it is going to become one. Oh, no, it's not a 4 yet, though. Not yet. We got to make sure we close. Leave that as a 1 for right now. None of this matters. But this 4 hour is going to matter. This is your halfback trade-ish. There's your 50%. You want to mark that. That's 675.01. We want to mark 680. And the one that I keep telling you to watch out for where Marco is, 682.46, baby. Here's Marco. He's up here. Not as strong. I've got to believe him in small caps instead of big caps. Just small cap Marco. He's not that strong. He's a little banged up. Get it? Banged up. So bad. My jokes are so terrible. They're awful. They're meant for a fucking 6-year-old daughter or something. Get it? Little small caps for his name. Big caps, a little banged up because we're going up, honey. My daughter would be like, "You suck, daddy. I hate you." Next thing we got to look at is the prior high from pre-market. That's right here. You're going to make that yellow. We're also going to look at velocity. Oh, this is good for the bulls. I like seeing it. It's good. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. We ain't going down anymore, are we? Slipping underneath. That's looking pretty good. I like that. It's bullish, extreme bullishness, supportive. Same over here. Looking like a blow off for the year. Let's look at a 30-minute really quick. A little long in the tooth here on the 15. I'm a little sketched out by this half an hour. The hourly has more oomph in it, believe it or not. This looks okay. We might be able to get one more high out of this, maybe. I would expect the day to hold, too. I would expect back tests to hold on the daily trigger. Hourly trigger, maybe not, but this daily trigger is becoming very supportive. That's good to see. That implies that any pullbacks to the daily should hold. Where is the daily trigger? Hey, look at that. Daily trigger's coming up. So if you think like, hey, is that going to hold or not, Cappy, on the 31st? This looks like it is going to hold. This is improving. The daily trigger is improving. Velocity, that's good. Becoming bullish now. So if you're looking for a dip to buy, I would not be shocked to see us back testing this 670 heading into sorry, I got openings in my house. I got fucking flies coming in from the outside and shit. I apologize. But somewhere in the 670 should be back tested around the first, second, third of the month. Maybe we pin on the 31st, the 8250, and then we're jackknifing down. But just note this is improving here, okay? And we should return at least to 669, 62. Somewhere in there. Could be slightly lower. I would say on a deep low, I'd be looking for 660, 663. So a range of 669, not 62 to 666, 63. But a very important level, 666, right? Next thing we're going to look at here is we're going to go back to an hour. Hang tighter, guys. We got our 10 a.m. We got our 12 p.m. Oh, what's that? What do I have this here for? 12 p.m. I'm going to say jackknife. Hold on a second here. You break that candle there. Somewhere right there. Remember that dotted lines? 687, 678. Try to do one more thing here, guys. Hold on. Let's try to check weekly expectations. Jesus Christ. Our weekly this is our 3. This is our 4. Christ. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't be swearing. That's fucking insane. This is why I'm afraid of the big move higher. I don't think this happens, but the door is open. R2 is your weekly. So normally like 1 sigma move. It's about right here. We're pretty fucking close. There is a chance that we could come down here and rip up here. Even before the close today. Like there is there's theoretically a chance that we could come down here, hit this, and close up here. I don't think we do that, but just note that there is that potential. That target is 679.66. I would prefer to see us roll and you buy this and you buy this. That's my preference. This is Monday, so Friday close down. And I would like to see like the Rampo Ram up here. And you should also from here see some kind of action like this. And then the bloodbath into the end of the month over here. This would be your rolling your calls higher and all your events, GTC, and then the roll down. For right now, let's take a look on a smaller frame. All right. Now remember that there is risk up here into upside risk for you bears on the daily. I don't think we're going there, but just notes to you if you're a bear, this is still viable. We're going to switch pivots to daily instead of a week. And we're getting somewhere here. Here we go. R2, R3. So upside risk on the daily is here. Like, see this R3? There's some risk like right in here, and there's a little bit of risk higher. Just check this again. There. Just keep aware of it, okay? I don't think we go there, but just keep aware of it. This could be some shit where they just keep buying fucking calls right up there, and then they go to the end of the day up there. That is possible. We can't sell this yet. You already know that, right? You know what you need for us to sell this down. You need the roll, right? Remember, if you're going to sell this shit, you know, you don't take that trade. You take this one here, right? You can start it over here if you want, but don't be selling this just yet. I don't give a fuck if you top called it. Don't do it. Same for bulls. You know how this works. I've got this going down, though, right here into 12. You do have us going down into 12. You have us going back up and then down into the close. And picking up the trade down here somewhere. You might get a little bit lower. Close that gap, maybe. Kind of nice. Bookend. This is Friday, 1600. I mean, here you could see it's potentially, you might see a little bit of weakness over the weekend, but you won't even pay attention to that. You're not going to care at all about that. Okay, so you guys want to pick up some trades here? You guys want to start getting short? Bears, you coming out on a Friday? You Bears coming out to play? Oh, yeah. And then they're right there. Got a little bit of sell side flows on 10 a.m. right now. Bears, they're pulling their hair out today. I woke up this morning on a Friday. They're being forced to make their money on a Friday. They're not happy. Go Bears. You want to see this new low right here? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm getting an alert right now for Netflix that it's coming down into where I want to buy it. You might want to take a look at Netflix. A note that Deck just tagged its quarterly trigger. Keep an eye on Deck. Oh, yeah, go on down there. Oh, yeah. Don't worry. Don't worry, I sold all my calls to these fucking FOMOers up there, bro. A bunch of suckers up there. Send it down to the depths of hell for me. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oof. So much pain there. Thank you for buying my calls. Yes, 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 yes. There's always a sucker on the tops and the bottoms, isn't there? Yes, 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 yes. If your stream is delayed, reset your browser. Reset your browser. Reset your browser. Sorry, I was typing that wrong. Yes. Oh, yeah. These fucking bulls think they're living off inflation. They think they're making money. All they're doing is outrunning inflation. There is no merit in this price. They're just trying to outrun losing all their money anyways. Every time I go up there, I just smash it to the depths of hell. Mood. What kind of mood am I in right now? I'm angry. deck turning up right now. Deck is turning up. Deck the halls with balls of holly. Deck is turning up. La la la. 'Tis the season to buy deck. It's squeezing higher right off its quarterly trigger. Oh, I've done that. Always learning. I've fat figured trades. I've done that. I have done that. I've done that. I recently. I was trading really fast a few months ago. Like I'm not trading as fast as I was. Trading way less than I was. Trying to spend more time with you guys and not trade as much. So I'm like, just put a trade, get out of the trade, get in the trade, get out of the trade. But like a few months ago, I was trading aggressively, and I felt like I wasn't paying attention to you guys. And I put on like in the course of a week, I think I fat fingered like 2 or 3 trades, like instantly losing 2 or 3 grand in each one of them. It was fucking a nightmare. It was nightmare fuel. Hang tight here. I don't know what the fuck that was. We're going to look at a ticker right now. It's called, I'm not going to, well, I'll just tell you what it's called, okay? Alerts. Just to follow up, we've got Netflix tagging. Netflix continues to, hey, by the way, just watch this for a minute, okay? Remember, you do not short this until it rolls down and creates a new low. So, sorry, we got to watch what the bears are going to freak out and want to. Remember, if you're a bear, you need to break. Watch this closely. Pay attention if you're a bear. I don't care if we go up here or up here. You're looking for the new low. See this one right here? If you just tick this low, you're going to sell it right here, okay? You sell it right here. Do you understand? Don't sell this. Don't sell that. Don't be short here. This is where the sell is, right here. Okay? Watch that closely there. Okay, so we're going to look at next. We're going to roll. We rolled out of NTSK. We rolled out of, what's the other one? Is it PTRN? We're going to look at a new stock this morning. This is for the degenerates out there. All you meme traders, we're going to look at a new stock this morning. Okay, so we're in a new stock now. We're going to look at stock by the name of RXO. RXO. Okay. Now this one opened up pretty decent. It had a high of 25.57. It's been trading sideways right now. There's not a ton of information here in this stock, but you do have some interesting stuff going on. The first thing that you have going on here is you've got a marked high and a marked low. So your marked high is 32.82 up here. You have a marked low over here of about $10, $12, somewhere in there. Pretty reasonable. And what you're looking for here is, well, there's a few things. You have this high right here. There's a few things to look at. You get that high right there, right? And you got this and this marked low over here. You see how you're starting to make some kind of a pattern here? You got the high, the low, the high, the low. Does that make any sense to you? Making a little bit more sense now? Not a lot of information on this stock, okay? But there is some good things going on with this stock. We're going to talk about that first. We're going to look at stock screeners. If you can hear that in the background, I apologize. I don't think you can. I got a suppressor on, but if you can hear it, I apologize. Friday, I've got guys trying to get out of here for the weekend. I'm breaking their dicks all week long. Okay. So RXO. Oh, dude, come on with the press and hold shit. I'm a human. Okay. So RXO engages in truck brokerage businesses in the United States of America, Canada, Mexico, Asia, and Europe. The company offers truckload freight brokering services and also provides asset-light managed transportation and last-mile services, as well as freight forwarding services, including facilitation of ocean and air transport, custom brokerages, additional domestic services. RXO Inc. was incorporated in 2022, so they're new. They're in Charlotte, North Carolina. Their revs have been pretty fucking good. If you know anybody in the trucking industry, they'll tell you that they're not getting paid enough, and the companies are having to charge obscene amounts of money. Anyone, I know I got truckers in our Discord, and our group has truckers in it, and we have a lot of logistics guys, and they can tell you to your face that what they're seeing is big charges on freight, but it's not filtering to the driver. There are drivers right now that are refusing loads or charging obscene amounts of money for loads to go to, like, say, California from the southeastern United States. Now, if they command that money and people hire them, they're making bank. So, like, your independent operators are making good money, and the larger truck firms are making good money. But if you work for a trucking firm, you might not be. Now, these guys have killer revs, and their earnings per share continue to grow. So fundamentally, this company is rocking, and they're new. They're an IPO. They're doing real shit. So I would keep your eye on this company, RXO. The next thing you have here is you might be saying, well, Cap, this is probably some kind of a bear flag here. I don't think so. I do think that if we break out, that you might see that new low before we break out. So keep that in mind. Maybe at like $8.50 or something like that, $8.50, $10. You might see one more down here. So the reason I'm saying something to you about this company is because they're early. They're early. And we're going to look at this company, though, because we are in some kind of an accumulation. Sometimes you don't see that stuff. But you can see that there is accumulation here. I'll put some volume up. We can just take a look. And you can see there was some selling back here. Initial selling, initial selling, initial selling. And now you're seeing a lot of hands changing here, right? Buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. And this kind of implies here that you might have some IPO people that are getting out, and you've got some people believing that it's going higher. Just get rid of this volume shit. But this is all productive. It kind of looks nice here too, doesn't it? Capitulation down here. We did not give up $10. We didn't give up $8.50. They bought this as a bullish hint that we're going higher. Also note that there's a monthly trigger here, a weekly trigger here, and a daily trigger of confluence. So this thing has the potential to do what? What do you see here? Look at that pattern. What does that look like to you? Looks like bat wings, right? Prior high up here, you get the leg. Down here, maybe you get a leg, right? And maybe you're down here, and then you're up here. You get your equal legs, right? Your bat wings, right? That we don't care if it goes above. We don't care if it stops short. We don't care about any of that. We just care about this move and potentially this move over here. I'm going to show it to you this way. Set an alert on this green box right here. Remember that you want these things to come to you. So right-hand click, alert on horizontal line crossing down. Create an alert on $13.25. If you really wanted to, you could do $15. You could raise this up, move it to like 15. It's a nice hard round number. So let's say your alert triggers like, hey, oh my God, it went down there. And that's your real buy right there. Okay. The next thing I want to be looking at here is your weekly. And this is very bullish already. We are above the weekly here. Even just today, this is bullish. There's your weekly right here. You can see some sell side activity over here. There's another one over here. I wouldn't necessarily think that we can't get through this. We have a couple targets we have to be aware of here. We got weekly. We got a weekly target right here. We want to see is something like this. Right about there, just like that. Does that make sense? Now this could be closer back in time. I'm doing this on the daily, but this is the weekly, but this is what I'm looking for here on an hourly basis. We're going to look at a daily time frame now. We're in accumulation mode on a weekly basis. This is good to see. This is outstanding. Accumulation. We're looking for a print, a big print to the upside. That's very good to see. If you're just joining us, this is RXO. You can go right to your financial advisor and say, what do you think of this company? I guarantee your financial advisor is going to say, I like it. Good job. I'm happy for you. Let me buy some with you. Seriously. We're going to go back to the 30 minutes and just check the 30 and see what it looks like. The hourly here looks outstanding. I love it. I like the fact that I like the fact that the daily is coming down like this and it's about to turn back up again. That's good. It does imply we need to go down one more time, though. And that's where the $10 trade comes from, the $10 or $12 or $13 and $15 trade comes from. So we're looking at this in an hour now. And we got some more information. We want to break this and this garbage here. I'd like to see this. We got a cross coming up right now, so I would like to see that trade there. I'd like to see us come back down into this zone here. Finally break above. Take that one out. Close that gap there, and then up there, right there. So just so you can see this, it should look something like this. Start selling this shit if you're a bear. If you're a bear, start selling this stuff. You're close. So just so you can see it like this. You should see this daily trigger. Just like this. Squeeze that up. Down. and then back up again. There's probably some kind of back test here. Something just like that. Now, there is something of note here. I have an alert set here, or I have an alert set right here. So if we can come down here, this alert is meant not to buy this automatically. It's meant to buy this if we get the marked bottom and start going higher, right? So if you get down there, you follow your rules to buy it. The reason I say that is if we roll underneath and begin to eject or reject, you are not buying that. You just let it be and monitor it. We'll look lower for it. I don't think it's going to happen, but just keeping, make sure you're following your fucking rules. Ticker symbol is RXO. There also is no requirement that we go this low. I have seen recently less and less deeper pullbacks before the big move higher. I've seen a lot less of this. So there's no requirements. If you wanted to start adding right here, I don't think it's a bad thing. $17. Price target, $32 and beyond, of course. But it's $17 right now. It's pretty good. If you need a DCA down here, you do it. If we begin to roll, cut your losses. Don't stay in that fucking trade down here. Lick your wounds. Don't do it. We should watch this one because it's kind of new. It's a little bit of an underperform here. There's no requirement because even if we go down here, you're going to need to see the new high. This is where all the buyers are. If you wanted a trend to buy on this one, you just follow these guys down here. And we're kind of there right now. I mean, you could say 15.35. If you hit that like right now, I'd buy it. You have an alert already at $15. I'll raise it up a little bit to 15.30. I'm going to raise it to 15.40. Just in case we came down here, I'd get an alert for it. RXO. Outstanding fundamentals. I will snip it. This could be a long-term trade. If you like long-term trades, or you like if this, I don't know if this has options, but I like that it's not. I like that you're not catching a knife. I like that it's cheap. Main screen. If you're a bear and heard me earlier, I said start selling it. There you go, right there. Yes. Maybe we can get some more sell side flows at 12. I'm trying to get down in here, right here. See right here? I'm trying to get down here. Trying to catch a little bit of a bloodbath in here. We got a little bit of a bear cross coming up here. It's not quite. We haven't space ducked yet. Did we have the color brown here? How do you get the color brown? Oh yeah, is that brown? We want a space duck over here, or brown bear here. We got a potential. We got a potential bear plane, hairy bear plane. Sellers are now lower. They're right here. Let's see if they can take us back down over here. Right down there. See if we can smash these bulls down to 75. Also note that you've got some probably buy flows going on. We're close to 675, so be careful. The buy is not too far away. The low bar is right here, and we're talking about buying that right there. Not too far away. If we reject this, should be a bloodbath. Space duck and bears. Bears in space. You ever see that? Pigs in space. No, you guys are too young. We used to have a thing called the Muppet Show when I was a kid. It was on Sundays. It was like one of the best shows on TV. My mom and dad let me watch the Muppets, and they didn't let me watch TV when I was a kid. It was PBS and Muppets. And on PBS, I chose Doctor Who, of course. I watched like 3-2-1 Contact and all those other things, but my jam was Doctor Who on Sundays. All the kids had to go to sleep, and I was the oldest, so I got to stay awake and watch Doctor Who. That's a true story. Oh, you were a Power Ranger kid? Right on. My brother was. My brother was a Power Ranger. I thought he was a weirdo. I'm like, dude, why do you like that stuff? He's like, you wouldn't know. You're too old, bro. Sorry. My brother was a Power Ranger guy. Gummy bears? Nice. Frankenhooker? That's a good... How's that deck doing to you guys out there? How's deck doing? How's deck doing for you out there? Is deck doing well for you? How's that deck doing for you? Binky reminding us that we're coming into the 11:30 repricing. Euro close is coming out. Watch out for a squeeze here. They might be trying to get some money before they get out here, so be careful for a squeeze. You got big deck energy right now? You want to get out of that trade right now, probably. That's where the sellers are. They might have a pullback, and then we can go higher. There's a couple gaps from pre-market to close at $91.53 and $92. I'm watching it. I got it open in the background. Hell yeah, Faust. Good job. Fire, bro. Yeah, that big deck energy. Where's that beak? The big deck energy. Bears, keep your eyes on 670. You do not want to see price come up here, man. You don't want to see. Oh, I got to get rid of that. The poop. You don't want to see price up here. They'll set you up and squeeze your balls off here. So be careful. This is where you sell. Just be careful above. Hard stops here. There with some squeeze potential. Not yet, but just be careful of it, okay? Like hand on the stops. Watch out, Bears. There is a squeeze here. Be careful, Bears. We're really fucking close. Hey, I got Beyond. I just got an alert on Beyond crossing down to my target. Hey, look at that. Beyond 1 hour crossing down. Let me look at Beyond in the background. This was my target on the downside for Beyond. Let me just take a quick peek at it here. You guys want to look at it with me? Hold on here. We'll look at it together. So I was asked the other day, how far down do I think Beyond is going? And I charted it. Oh, yeah. Let's go take a look. All right. Let's give a little bit of a push higher here. We didn't quite get that push. Down here, and this is where my alerts are right here. You want you to see it? Do you see the alert? So we are now trading 267, but I don't have a stopping there. I've got us going to the depths of hell. Now, there could be a squeeze again to hit that target and then come down here, but just note here that you got to bounce here at 225, but these are the original buyers, and this is the capitulation phase. This is the cup and the handle. So if you're up here, you come down here, and there's your cup. You understand it? There's the cup. Handle. And we don't know if that fails for a double correction. We don't know. But you should see at least a bounce in here. If you catch the back test, we can go higher. Mark that low right there. You understand what I'm saying? So look for some capitulation here. I personally would like to see it here, even if it takes like grinding and bouncing. $1.34 is the expectation. $1.16 is the expectation. Say. But I would start watching it. It's the place to start watching it. Don't listen to fucking Beyond bulls. I've told you that too. Don't listen to them. crush their hopes and dreams, make them capitulate, make them whine, bitch, and cry, and then scoop their fucking shares up or their calls up cheaply from them. Make them chase that shit back up again. And then when it squeezes again, you sell your calls to them again, and then you dump it on them. Then you do it again and again and again until they fucking learn. Somewhere out there, Charlie McElligot's watching the show going, God damn that guy. Watch out for the squeeze here. They should bring it back for a brief moment to let you out. Be careful of the squeeze into 12 here. 12 p.m. VIX fuckery. I think Binky warned you about this a few minutes ago in the Discord. Here's your 12 o'clock. If you have any questions about this company, RXO, you want to ask Binky. He knows a lot about logistics. If you're interested in that ticker, RXO, ask Binky. He may have some insights into it. There's a couple other guys in our Discord that are truckers. They own trucking companies. 2 or 3 guys. I'm not going to say their names, but if they want to, if you're watching this show, I'm not going to say your names. There's 2 of you that I know. I know one guy in Florida that owns a Florida trucking company. I know another guy, I think in Alabama, that owns a trucking company. I think they'll get the squeeze. I think Beyond will go up. They're not done. So Beyond should be like this. At the minimum, on Beyond, you should see. So you get the squeeze up, right? You'll have the capitulation phase down. At minimum, you should at least see a failure. And then down maybe some more to 0. But you should see that swing high again. Even if it's capitulation squeeze. Or not a capitulation squeeze, excuse me. You'll see the capitulation on $1.16 or something, and you will see a giant squeeze up again. You got to remember, if you're a seller, you have to let off to make more money on the downside, right? So let's say you've got like a stock at $1, it goes up to 5 or $10, whatever the fuck it is, I don't care. $5. It comes back down again to, let's say, $1 or something, $1.16. You lay off that short. You put the money in your pocket, and then it squeezes again to the upside. So they'll likely get us Beyond bulls will likely get another move to the upside. Yeah, they're gonna wait, bro, until I think I gave a target of $1.16. I think that's about right. I think $1.36 is where it'll start slowing down. And then like $1.16 is where they'll lay. I would lay off at $1.36, and I would definitely be up by $1.16 on sell side. And then I would try to short the fuck out of it again. But I would I'd let it get. You got to remember wherever the sell is on. So Beyond, right? I always think about this stuff like who's trapped, when's the capitulation, and then I think about that one fucking prick who didn't sell and didn't capitulate. So I'm going to give you the stages of this. I know they have memes for this, but this is truly the stages of this. So like, you know, it starts right, no one's buying it. Eventually up here, and everybody's buying it, right? So they get trapped in, right? You have the halfback trade over here. You got the initiation of the trade over here. This is where the key is here is that you do the halfback, you find more buyers, you trap them in, of course, right? And then they're down here. And this is the initiation of the trade. You roll right, we come back up here because these original buyers, the smart buyer, they will try to buy it again. So they buy it again right here, right? Now you got to remember, this is called the capitulation part. But there's like a trader that's got some time in market, but not a ton of time in market. So like they'll not capitulate. They'll be like, fuck this, I'm staying in, and I'm never selling. You'll hear I'm never selling, man. I'm all in forever, right? I don't give a fuck, and it doesn't matter if they bought here or here. There's actually a second capitulation. What happens is this will grind, and they'll burn time. So you're locked into this trade, and you're just like, eventually you say this, just get me the fuck out of this trade. And as the moment you do that, it'll start going up. These guys that are trapped in will sell. You'll get a slam down from this group. You'll go up here. This group right here will just want out. Fuck it, get me out of there. This will slam down. And these two groups will just be happy that they're out. And you still have this original group over here, the smart buyer, and they're long, and they don't give a fuck. And then it goes like this, moon. And when it goes moon, and it doesn't matter if it fails right here or not, once it goes moon, all these assholes over here get back in again, and the process repeats. It repeats again. And so all these people are mad, and they get roped into fucking, you know, this one or whatever the fuck the next soup du jour is, and memes. And we rinse and repeat, right? Thanks, Binky, for warning us about Vic's fuckery. Binky came inside of the Discord and said, watch out for Vic's fuckery, repricing. We know that this, by the way, these are euros trying to get out right now. This is a new market. We're now in the U.S. market only on a Friday. It's squeezing right now, right? I told him. Binky told you. I thanked Binky verbally and in the Discord. He warned you too. It doesn't always happen, but it's like a time to lay off the market for a minute. We'll see what happens here at 12 p.m. We could go right back down again, to be honest with you. So be careful here. Now that we're coming in at 12 p.m., we could go up or down. Just be patient, like lay off market right into 12. Let the 12 p.m. flows tell you where we're going. No, we don't know what those flows are. Not yet. We could literally go up here and roll right the fuck down again. It's just a little bit of a liquidity grab, so be careful. If we come up here, though, and back test, make a new high, we can talk about taking that trade right there. Just don't fuck with it yet. The trade here was lay off. Now we'll see what the flows are at 12 p.m. Yeah, stick to your rules, guys. You'll see people in our Discord, they all have fucking rules. Some of them aren't even my rules, but everybody's got their own rules. But I think the idea is that, you know, you don't need, I want to say a few things to you guys out here. Like, you don't need to follow what I do. I'm not a fucking furrer. I'm never going to be that guy. I want you to know that I am not the guy. I want you guys to, like, I think this all started because I was trading on Wall Street Bets for a long time, and then I moved over to Twitter during COVID. And when I got to COVID and Twitter and COVID, I was leaving Wall Street Bets. I was getting overrun with the. So we had a GME gang, and then it became the world, which is fine. But before it was just like traders, professionals, and abject nobodies like me. And when I was in Wall Street Bets, they kind of like they took care of me. They taught me how to trade. Vegas Bets guys taught me how to trade, right? I made some good trades, and they were like, "Hey, this guy's got some potential." These are professional traders from the street. I don't even know about a lot about Wall Street Bets. Back in the day, it was a place for professional traders to shit post, and every once in a while, a Redditor would go in there, and they would get auto banned, 90-day auto ban. They weren't even allowed in there. It used to be it was public but private. People would read it and then realize that they were professionals. And then after the 90-day ban, they'd catch the ban and they would say, "I got banned for 90 days. Can I just ask one fucking question?" And normally they would ban you again if you were a trader. They would, and then eventually it turned into this thing where, I remember someone said like, "Hey man, I'm not in the stock market. I'm poor. My fucking dad's dead. My mom left me. My dog has one eye and three legs, and I'm going to college, and I don't have the fucking money." And pled his case. And so they showed the guy how to make some money for college. It worked. So that's kind of how it all grew. Anyways, I left Wall Street Bets a long time ago and Vegas Bets a long time ago. I jumped over to Twitter, and it was like being overrun by, it was just too loud, too much shit going on. And then when the shit went down with Nicola, I got banned from Reddit. All my accounts, like my original OG Reddit account from like the third month of it being open, it was really bad. Anyways, it's not the point. The point is that we're trying to circle back to rules and tools and stuff. Over the years, I've picked up different tools and rules from everybody. I don't mean everybody, but like people that do well. And I bounced from place to place to place to place. And along the way, I met different traders, and they had their own rules along the way, and we became better and better and better traders over the years. And as the years passed, I became friends with other people, and they became friends with me. And I was like, "Well, I like what this guy's doing over there," and this guy was like, "I like what those guys are doing over there." And so we would learn from different people. But the thing that always shocked me was that I would meet other people that were traders that I didn't necessarily meet because I thought they were kick-ass. I was just hanging out with them like, "Hey, you like this?" And I like that. "Oh, you do this in life? Oh, you like to sail? Whatever." And you like to mountain bike, you like to ski. And so we're just all hanging out. And, eventually you start talking about trading with each other, and you find out that a lot of retailers don't have rules. They don't have rules. They don't have tools. Like, I use this and I use that and I use this and I use that. And so through conversation, I was like, you guys don't keep like a toolbox, like a shitty like little red toolbox with a hammer and a screwdriver in it. And they're like, "No, I think this is going to happen because I feel like this or I feel like that." Or they're talking about it on Reddit, or they're talking about it on Twitter, or I read a news story and I was like, "God damn, that's not how you make money." So I've talked to those guys, and they're my friends, and that's how we started this. So instead of hindsight trading, which that's what that is too, hindsight trading, you start to learn to practice rules for yourself. Like, I'm going to write down 10 rules for myself, and then I'm going to paper trade those rules. Go to optionstrat.com, go anywhere. I think we've got a paper trader coming out. Bork, I think, is almost launching a paper trader here in the next week or two. But you paper trade those rules. You don't trade with real money, you trade with paper. And you run that trade again and again and again and again and again when the conditions are right for you. And you look at that trade 10 times and say, does it work 9 out of 10? Yes. All right, let's run it 100 times. All right, it worked 90 out of 100 or 70 out of 100 or 10 out of 100. Then you know your rule has no edge. And it doesn't matter where you get these rules. And you can then organize them for yourself in like tiers. Like I got a Phillips head screwdriver. And then I've got a high torque drill. A high torque drill is a little bit better than a screwdriver, right? Now I've got an impact driver. So now I've got tiers of rules, right? I've got a third tier rule, a second tier rule. I've got a first tier rule. In the second and third tier, maybe they don't have a big edge, but they can add to the or color the first tier tool. Hey, I took out a screwdriver, I stuck it in the hole, and it fits. Okay, but I don't want to drive this long ass screw in with a screwdriver. Then you pull out the torque drill and it fits. You hit the torque drill and it starts to twist, but it's hard and a pain in the ass. So then you're like, okay, fuck it, I'm going to try the impact. Maybe that'll work. You get that impact drill, it's your first tier tool. Screws in, no problem. And you're like, God damn it, all matched. So when you're doing this, market, you should be writing rules for yourself. You should be looking for tools that find you an edge. You should compare notes with your friends that you're making. Hey man, I'm trading here and you're trading there. We're trading the same level. What, like, this is what I use. What do you use? Do you find that this works, or you find that that doesn't work? Or hey, you don't have any rules? I got some, man. Let me share mine with you. And you should always be doing that with other retailers. And I'll tell you why. I mean, you're gonna find a few pros that'll be there to help you along the way. Out of the graciousness of their heart. You know, guys like Jedi Marcus, Vol Wiz. Believe it or not, even Andy Constant. I know people shit on him, but they shouldn't. Like these are like people that are professionals. And I'm gonna tell you something. Pros normally hate you. They despise you. They hate you. They don't like you. They don't want you having the information that they have. They don't want you doing what they do. And they don't think that you can hack it. And these guys go to school. You got to remember, these guys, when they're young, right? A professional market participant, typically when they're young, they're the smartest fucking kid in class. They were better than you when you were in kindergarten. They were better than you when they were in middle school, in junior high, and high school, in college. They normally get into the best schools. They have their choice. And what are they going to school for? Oftentimes, it's math or science. And here's you working at Wendy's. And you think you're going to beat them? So they have what's called contempt for you. Not always, but they do in general. There are floor traders and there are traders in the street that don't come from those backgrounds that do very well. But I want you to know that a lot of the street has contempt for you. So helping out your fellow retail trader and looking towards professionals that do have a shine for you is a good thing to practice as a retail trader and to support your fellow retail trader because they're all out to get you. The professionals are out to get you. The professionals want you to lose. They want your liquidity. They want you to give them your money so they can charge you fees. And then you've got rich people. The real rich. They don't fucking want you in the stock market. They want you to go to college and learn how to be a drone. They want you to get out of college and do what? Go to your cubicle. You were a good student in college, right? You got your liberal arts degree, even your tech degree. I want you to sit over there and continue to work. And you're going to work for 40 years. They don't want you to know that you can make obscene, in context of yourself, money. They don't want the veil lifted up for you. So you've got everyone and everything against you. And that doesn't include the risk. It doesn't include not having an edge. It doesn't include randomness in markets. It doesn't include being wrong. So you've got so much against you. So do what you can to learn rules. Stay away from hindsight trading. And hindsight trading is a massive subject. And refine and refine and refine and refine using probability and statistics. And if you can win more than you lose, you can stop working at Wendy's. And then you'll read notes from guys like Charlie McGilligot saying these fucking retailers. And you can laugh about it. Because he ain't talking about the liquidity. He's talking about the retailers that fucking listen to what I'm telling you. He's talking about the smart retailer. Be the smart retailer. There'll always be liquidity. There'll always be new fodder. You don't have to be a part of that. How you doing, Justin King? Yeah, I did too, man. That was another reason we started this. I used to listen to Benzinga Benzinga Charlie, and then he's like stopped doing the shows consistently. Then he shortened the time he was trading, and then it was no longer on Thinkorswim, and so then I started following the GOAT, Brian Watts. He got sick, and I was very lonely trading. I was very lonely, man. It was a lonely existence. I couldn't tell my fucking wife what was going on. I couldn't tell my friends. Couldn't tell my in real life family and real life friends. So I found it very lonely too. And and there was this like window where there was nobody at that time that I could find. There's a couple guys that I found, but they weren't my jam, and I was like, I don't know, man. I'm like, and then the whole tools and rules thing. I was talking to my friends, and they were like, make a video. So I made a fucking video, and I'm like, fucking videos suck. Like I was trying to make a video about things that were more important in real time. And I always hated recorded videos. I always feel like a fucking recorded video is it's like an after action report. They don't mean anything. They can fucking burn them. They don't mean shit. They have nothing. And then another thing was going on. There was like a rise of some services out there, and they were really fucking good. But I got burned a few times from a service in particular. They were slow to like they would give an outlook, and I was like, this is right. And I'm learning, and I'm like trading it. And then inevitably something would go wrong. And they weren't quick enough to explain what to do in that situation. And I didn't have enough time in market to know what to do. And I got really angry about that. I was really fucking pissed. And I started to realize a few things, like it's okay to be wrong. I don't give a fuck if you're wrong. I care about when you're wrong. What do you do? How do you manage being wrong? Is way more important. I used to be the guy years ago where I'd be like, "Hey man, your thesis is wrong. Fuck you," or "Hey man, why aren't you sticking to your thesis?" That kind of stuff. Um, all that snark shit. And then I realized I was an incompetent trader. I didn't know what to do in the real world. Um, that's why I started listening to those guys like the Goat and all these other fucking guys that were trading in real time. And I think that's a big part for people is a big part is um, it's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be wrong in public. Like when you make a video at nighttime, you record it. It's its own thing. Nobody they consume it and then it goes away. You forget about it. You just can't wait for the next video. Um, a lot of services will be too slow to tell you what to do if A plus B does not equal C. What do you do? And I think though that time in market is um, it's it's invaluable. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. And the worst part is a lot of these guys build themselves up to be something. You know, like you're like you. I even hold them up on these pedestals, and then I would get annihilated and be like, I hate that fucking guy. And I've never seen that guy trade either, so I don't know if they really know what the fuck they're talking about. There's like nice shiny bells and slick graphics and big words and all that shit's bullshit. What really matters is can I make an entry, right? I'm in, I'm making money, and I know when to get the fuck out, right? Or manage the trade, or how to manage the trade, or if I get in and I'm getting torn up, how do I cut my losses with the least amount of pain, and maybe even jump on the other side of the trade? How do I like? There's so many other fucking things, but that kind of shit is invaluable. It was the difference between me being a losing and a winning trader. So it was a key. And along the way, I saw the people that would like try to teach me shit, and then once I saw them trading, I'm like, fuck that guy, fucking guy, guy would be broke. So I started like learning over time, comparing notes with other people, and they picking that shit up right now. Is that they're here to pick up the shit? Okay. Anyways, if you're listening to this right now, um, rules. Start making them for yourself. Write them down. If they don't work for you, get them from somebody else. If you trade crypto, we trade cryptocurrencies, commodities, Globex, stocks, memes, spec growth. They're not. They can be overlapping those, but there is actual spec growth. I just showed you one. That's spec growth. That's not a meme. That ticker I just showed you. That's not a fucking meme. That'll become a meme. We make memes here. I tell people all the time, like, this stock will become a meme, right? And they do, right? IONQ. I ring a fucking bell to you guys. We were trading that shit when it was in zero. Like, we know what will become a meme. We know what is a spec growth. We know what the difference is, or when there's overlap, or they become meme. What else do we trade? We trade SPOOs, Qs, IWM, Globex, futures, you name it. Crypto, I don't give a fuck. We'll trade anything. Anyways, if you're looking for a community, check us out. They're really nice to each other. They come from all walks of life. I got like MAGA people hanging out with like I don't know, fucking abject anti-fascists. It's bizarre. Like they all check that shit at the door, and they're there to make money. So it's a fucking awesome place. We don't have the Coliseum either. It's a very productive environment to form friendships and to make fucking money. and then you go elsewhere and shit on each other somewhere else. Go hate each other on Reddit or Twitter or some shit. Anyways, rant done. Happy Friday to you. Hope you're making money. God, I mean, that's bull. Oh, man. Sorry, I'm looking. I didn't get to buy Pine. They had a low buy at $12.54. They went up and did what we wanted them to do, but I would have bought that fucking stock down there in a minute. I miss shit so much, man. I don't have goddamn time to be watching this shit. Dude, I didn't add to SGD either. I need to put some fucking alerts on SGD. They had a fucking low tick too of 88 cents again. I would have been down there buying that shit. God damn. Note to you, FDX is on the way up right now. FedEx moving on the move to the upside, wants to break out and trade 245. Also, keep an eye on BBNX. I'm going to list some stocks off for you guys, okay? Just some ones to watch here. Oh, congrats to Coin. If you're Matt Quella, your shit came back. Good job. Netflix coming down into a buy zone for me. I haven't looked at it yet. Let me just take a quick peek at Netflix. Or Netflix. I'm gonna see what my targets are, and I got an alert on this one this morning. So I have a thing around here where I don't give a fuck about the winners during the actual ERs. I'm always watching the losers. So my preference, once we get into the actual ER, my actual preference is that a stock burns. And I try to watch those in the weeks after they report, when nobody's watching and they're looking at the next shiny object. Netflix, I got an alert on 11/06/35. I would really like to see it trade 105080. So 1050.80. We're almost there. We're trading 1096. If we can sweep that low down there, start looking for some accumulation the next week or two. See if it gets picked up, and that would also be a part of looking for the turn higher at the end of the year for the market. So just keep your eye on Netflix on those lows. I got another one for you. It's called Globe Life. GL is the ticker. That one's trying to close a gap today because it's 0 to 8 Friday. GL. Take a look at it. God damn, Wi-Fi already ripped. White fiber. Fuck. This one's already dead. Don't bother with it. If you want something to short Irene, IREN. It's ready to be shorted right fucking now. IREN. You're a bear. Congrats to you, NVIDIA gang. They're getting priced in right now. They're buying their calls, holding the market up. Meta's getting sold down to the dump, shit dump right now. Target. bullish right now. TGT, if you want an intraday long call. Target looks beautiful right now, about to start squeezing. BBN, BlackRock Taxable. Check them out. That's Bravo, November. They're about to squeeze and close the gap at 1670. Oh, I want a fucking short open. Open's got a fucking gap to close right where they are at $8 to 742. They do need one more new low, though. They got to break below 794, and you'll start selling the fuck out of it. XYZ, same thing, but it might take a few days. I like open to short better than XYZ. Twilio, about to squeeze. TWLO. I kind of like that. Nope, I don't like that one. It hasn't broken out yet. Scratch the last. I didn't say the name on that one. Explain Iran. It's got Iran has a 1 in 5 minute bear cross on it. It's got gaps to fill down below. It's really long in its hourly velocity. It's 15-minute and half an hour velo is turning down. Still bullish on it. It needs to come down though. These are trades for bears, not for bulls. I still like the stonk, if you want to know. It got sold on its 4 hour too to a pin strike. 62 Iran. It got sold at 62.39. That's an auto fucking sell. I'd like to pick it back up. Pick it back up on 59.31, potentially 57.47. I'm not like bearish on it. I'm just intraday trades. Intraday, Friday intraday trades. We got bears. You guys don't like me telling a bear. You guys are hilarious. Fucking bulls are like, why are you giving the bears trades, man? Like they're just hanging out here, dude. They need something to do. There are traders out there that do better on sell side. You got to have some fucking love for a seller. Like they gotta make some money. They gotta pay the rent. They're getting fucking run over everywhere else. They can go in and out for like 5 minutes and short some shit to like make some quick money. You guys are bad. You know, fuck the Bears. You are not allowed to even give them a 5-minute trade cap. You're a traitor to your own kind. I'm long that stock cap. What are you telling them for? I don't move the markets. We'll see if this is productive or not. Indecision here, by the way. This is diddle in the middle. Don't mess with it. You guys are hilarious. Fucking bulls are like, that's it. I ain't talking to you ever again. I'm just looking at intraday trades, like a Friday 0-date day. That's it. Not for long term or anything. Top goat saying that IBM is going bonkers right now. Let me turn on the juice for you guys. All right, I'm gonna take a quick potty break here. A couple notes. We be careful in here. There's like I'm seeing that like this is good for the Bears. You did get the high tick here, but this looks very sketchy to me. So, I would want to see follow through. So in here, I want you to look at something here. Okay, this is this is like almost like if you already guys sail or boat, this is confused seas to me. So if you're gonna be looking for, let's say, so you see, I want to show you guys this really quick. This is actually really good to watch. Okay, so see this right here. So you got the low right here, right? That's kind of bearish, isn't it? And this is kind of bullish, isn't it? Bearish, bullish. Off the cuff, I would say, long the fuck out of this. But not so fast. I would want to see like I would want to see the squeeze and then the back test. And then you take that trade, okay? This looks very trappy to me. So don't get caught in it. Don't execute the upside trade yet. I don't like this at all. You could get like sucked in here. It looks like something that it's not. I mean, the 1 minute trigger is saying bullish here, but don't get trapped in this. I'll show you what it should look like. I'm going to take a quick break. You want to see just the tick right there? And somewhere in here, you take the long. And I want to show you this too. You see that and this? Like, it's kind of messy in here. And then there's something else here too, which is I want you to be careful up here. Because even if you get this, let's say you get this and you get this push higher, there's going to be sellers there. And they're going to try to ram your ass back down again. And you have to like, work your way back up. And what you'll end up seeing is that this looks more like this. But I want you to, like, remember yesterday when we were watching the show and I was like, like they dropped the bomb on you up here. They're going to try to drop the bomb on you up here. You're going to go up there. They're going to try to drop the fucking bomb on you up here. So just be aware of that. Like, this is a really sketchy, it looks distribution-y to me. So just be really careful of this trade here. And I want you to keep your eye on that shit down there, because if they're successful, like there's upside risk to a bull. This isn't for bears, it's for bulls. Upside risk. So like there's a bear up here that's waiting to sell you right here. And even if you get that squeeze, there's a bear just waiting, trying to tee off on you up here for one of these to work out. Just be conscious of it. VIX fuckery is every day. There's VIX fuckery every day at, well, it depends on if we're in daylight savings or not. Okay, so you guys want to know what this means? Okay, a few things. All right. Well, we'll talk about this. And we're going to talk. All right, let me go potty real quick and we'll talk about it. I'll be right back and we'll go over it. Hold on. what is going on here. Get rid of the break time. All right, I gotcha. I'm looking at it right now. Or I'm going to be looking at it here in just a minute. We're looking at MP. Oh, yeah. I see what you're throwing down. When is their I used to like MP. I mean, I know who they are. Let me just look at them here in the background. There are a lot of guys playing rare earths right now. My but he's my friend, but he's my daughter's one of my daughter's first robotics coaches. He likes Uami. He likes a few others too. He just sent me a bunch of tickers to look at. He's been trading the rare earths too, Winky. He took a nice bag recently. We had him, I reviewed Uami on the show a week or two ago. Then ended up like back testing the hourly and ripping faces off. I just want to look at MP's numbers and shit really quick and see what they're doing here. So this is MP down here. One of our trusted people. He's looking at MP for a pre-ER trade. He's not confident in their ER. But I guess he's been trading it all the way up, and he's been in and out of these calls, and they've been murdering it. They're like following. That's a nice little trend, bro. Holy shit! Their revenue estimates for their revs are killer, and their earnings per share are improving and expected to improve, right? Q3. Oh, dude, you think they're gonna burn, dude? It looks like their Q4 earnings
says
are
the
expected
coalition
to be
of the
cranking.
willing are determined to
I
go
don't know,
further
man. They
than
might
ever
squeeze,
to ratchet
bro.
up pressure on Putin.
Did you see their EPS for Q3 and Q4? And their revs look fucking gangster for like 2025, 2026. They're gonna crush it, dude. They're a good long-term trade. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. All right, so you think they're just too God damn, they're doing good. I see what you're saying. They're just ahead of it right now. Or ahead of price. It's already been all this pricing in over here. You think it's been priced in already? You think 2026 is priced in though? The 2026 looks killer too. And they made that tick. I bet you that tick right there is to price in 26, right? Oh, I'd assume that it is. I'd assume that this is to eventually go up here and trade that zone for next year. Let me just I'm sure you've already looked at all this shit. You don't need me to tell you. That looks good. Their monthly's a little long as fuck right now. I see what you're saying about the monthly though. The monthly is getting a little longish in the tooth, right? So if they get hammered like next spring or something, it's a fucking buy again, isn't it? Like they close that gap down there, whatever this market rolls over, it's gonna be baller. I think I'm in agreement with you. I think I'm with you on this. I see what you're saying. Here's MP. Yeah, like one to watch would be. Like you gotta assume. I mean, I can't tell if this is the equal high or not. There's a couple ways to look at this one. What does suck? I mean, I see some of what you're saying, like, or you're inferring. So you've got the high here. Here's the equal high. This held. This is rock and roll, check mark. And so it gave the extension here. The trade is dead. You know that, right? That's the trade. It's dead. And then we come back down over here. And this is a new trade right here. So this is a new trade right here. That trade is dead. So this trade is done. And the only thing you need to know about this trade is that you need to hold. You need to hold that right there. So you got your leg here, right? You just need to hold this. You had these buyers step in here, and these buyers are fake. These are polo buyers. So they'll buy this up here, and I don't know if it goes that high. It may or may not. Something like this. It's like something like that. Then it's like this. Then it's like this. But I can't tell if it goes. Let's talk about this right here. So, what's interesting about this is if this holds, the trade is to here, right? You'd assume at least this, if not that. But if we trade down on their ER, like here, you would expect this to fail right here. Or right here. You'd expect that to fail and then go down. Down there. And probably close all this shit up right here. The instigation of this trade is right here. Right there? I think it's right there. No, it's here or it's here. It's either there or it's right here. It would be something violent. Like if you're not able to get high enough, you'd have like some dribbling and stuff. Like if you don't get high enough, it would blast down here, and then it would blast down, then it would be wham there, and then wham. None of that's known yet, though. None of that shit matters. The only thing that matters right now is this. I'm with you on this, Wink. Like you don't give a fuck about any of that, do you? I wouldn't. Like the only thing that needs to be done here is like that. Actually, you could go there if you wanted. And if it was going to stay alive, it would be like this. You actually wouldn't go that high. You go right there. Something like that. Up, down, up. You would need to break. You would need to break up there to stay alive into the end of the year. Then you would hit that right there, and then up. But we're not there. It's not worth the trade. I agree. There's no like you know why the reason you don't know yet, or in my view, the reason you don't know is because of whatever the fuck this back test is. Like this back test is gonna matter. It's either gonna bounce here and be bullish, break through here and not be bullish. So this, you need to know this, because I think that trade's dead. So it's just a matter of, are these buyers still here or not? Are these buyers real for the next trade? Like, are they still here? And the best buyer here is down here. I mean, this looks right over here. Like, you're like, oh, bro, it's these buyers right here. That's what my assumption is. You're going to assume that these are the buyers. Take the money and run. Bloodbath. Take all their stops. Then you can go up. But you still need the back test again. So you need, either here. But if you go down here, they're fake. They're just like in it for the trade. So, or down here, I mean, not here, down here. And that's how you got the confirmation here. You initiate it. You break past these or near these guys over here. You come down. And as soon as that back test was confirmed, off and running. So you don't know about this yet. You don't know about this one yet. But I think that's a good trade for ER. Their ER
NATO
is
Secretary General Rudd says the sanctions placed by the US against
November
Russia will
21st.
put more pressure against
You
Putin.
can just get rid of that. I see what you're saying about feeling confident now. November 21st. You probably have some kind of a down move in the 1st or 31st over here. And here's their thing. So I think it would be something like this, bro. Like, this doesn't need to go up here, but I would think it would be something like that. You take the money and run. And then on the 5th, that would tell you if you're going up or not. But what's neat about this is you just exit. You exit in here. You don't wait for that. You don't care about any of that. And then if there's a dump on the 1st of the month, like we get the big month end magnet bullshit, the tractor beam, that should pull you up there. And then, but I would be risk the fuck off. No matter where price is, I'd be risk off on the 1st of November. But I'd be down here waiting because there could be one more trade for it. And this is cool. Ready? So ready for this? So like, there's their bloodbath. And here's your, what's crazy is here's your OPEX or your new month right here. It's gonna be that same fucking gang in here. You see it? It's the same fucking gang. So they ramp this up. They get hooked into like the end of month tractor beam, let off down here, and they're either going to be able to pick this back up, and then they're out of here before their ER. What's crazy too is regardless if you do this or this, when you get into December, they're going to jackknife this fucker down again. And then you have one more trade, and this is a good trade, man. This is a really good fucking trade. This is nice. This is pretty easy trading. I like the stonk, bro. I like the stonk. I like the stonk. I like the sing-songiness of it too. And that you don't even care about. You don't even care, but you just fucking riding it. think there's the gap there and the gap there, and there's this one over here. I think it's that one, but I'm not sure. I see what you're saying, though. And these are the instigators, right? Where are they? So they're right here. So that means they're right here. They're right on their weekly. They're right here. So if that's lost, if that fucking weekly is, oh, and that weekly goes up too. The same fucking gang. If you lose 62.79, I would not trust this group here.
Dutch PM Schoof says it would be good for the
If
EU
you
to
lose
copy
this
US
at any
sanctions on
point,
oil firms.
I would not trust that. You'll trade $30. As you can see that weekly coming up right here, right? They're here long, but they'll be up here, and that's this group right here. So they're up here now. I would assume that that would break and that would break. I don't know if that's that. Yeah, that looks like 26. I would bet that that comes down here, and the buyers are going to think that that's going to hold, but it's not. I would bet that this plunges, and then they're like, "Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh shit!" And then they come back up here, and then it's wham. I'd bet that it's in the springtime. This is probably a little bit deeper, farther out in time. December 31st. And I bet there's, see this right here? So this gives you the, you go high enough right here, you can probably, there's $100 right there. You get sent packing to 85. And then maybe you get $112 right there. December 5th. So there's your $112, and then it gets shanked. There's your halfback trade right there. $112. There's your half of 100. Sweep that back up again, and whoopsie, back up again. There's your monthly. Accumulate to $100, 112, down, and then Rama again. I don't know if it'll go that deep, but I can see it going that deep. If this were to hold in the spring, though, if this held in the spring, so you lose it right there, your weekly. If this recovers, you're probably good to go too. I see what you're throwing down there. MP. I like the stunk. It is a pretty easy trader, right? Not too shabby. Okay, so you can see that they're dropping bombs on you right here. Wham, wham. You can see they tried it again. Wham. They tried it again. Wham. You can see supply, right? Hitting you again in here. Whammo. Any kind of strength selling down. They're just trying to hammer you. We want to think about the, there's a few things I want to talk to you guys about really quick. I want you to think about a few things. We're gonna move over to a new thought process here. And someone had asked earlier, what's VIX fuckery? It's not just VIX fuckery, it's a bigger discussion. So you have something, you'll hear things like mark to market or market to market. They're different things. We want to talk about this if we can, if we have time. And I'll give you an outlook afterwards for the weekend. What what I want to talk to you about. What I want to talk to you about here is what we all seem to forget is that I was reading Reddit one night the other night, and it was Wall Street Bets. It was late. People were shit posting, and someone said, like back in the day, you had some stocks were traded in other countries and some were not. These days, you can still kind of track a stock even if it's not heavily traded. So anyways, this guy asked, he said, how do you know that this stock is up in the overnight? And back in the day, you'd have to like go to you'd have to, I forget what it's called. I forget what the German market is, but I have it. I haven't looked at it in a long time. But you can go to like the German markets. You can go to other countries' markets and track your favorite stock overnight is the thesis. These days, you don't need to do that. These days, you can go to Webull. It's free. I have nothing with Webull. I don't recommend them or anything to trade with them. They do order flow. Stay away from those fucking guys too. They're as bad as Red Bull, as Robinhood. But Webull does have some cool shit. Don't get me wrong. Like Webull does some. Like every brokerage has its goods and its bads. One of the neatest parts that I really like about Webull is if you click on, you maybe I show it to you guys here. I'll just show you. Let's go to SPY really quick. This is a good one to watch. Think tight here. Here's some tools, and it's free. So here's SPY. What I really like about Webull, I got to give them some credit for this because what they do is they show you the price action of SPY in lit markets. Well, not just lit markets, but New York. This is the New York market. I didn't prepare for this, so we got. Hold on here. So bear with me here. I might make some mistakes here without preparing for this. This isn't a recorded, edited video. Now you've got New York market. Okay. And then you've got the Asian market. They're somewhere in here. They open. New York market closes, right? Asia market opens. And then you get London. They open. And then you get like Asia closing. And then you get London closing. And then you get, the U.S. market, New York markets open at this time. And then the U.S. market closes, right? You get on SPY or stock, they close at 4. SPY closes options at 4:15, 6 p.m., right? And then we've got 9 p.m. And so there's market to markets. And or theoretically, the idea here is that you've got someone that's closing their trade from another market. So you want to think about what happened in other markets. And so as an example, I want you to think about just the U.S. market right now. Now, today's Friday, so all markets close, right? You can probably take some insight from that, right? All markets are closing right now. So if that's the case, there could be someone in Asia awake watching what the close is. If you're in London, you're more than likely late night on a Friday, you're staying awake late and checking what the close is today that imparts some information for when London opens next, right? Or US opens next, or New York, right? Or Asia, or whatever. And you also can extrapolate some other information here. As an example, if we're closed here at 9 in the US and then Asia's bidding this up, they taking the money and running. It gets picked back up by London, and London's trying to catch a print up here, aren't they? And you also have New Yorkers coming in, are they bidding it up? And then you see what happens. What happens in here? London takes the money, right? And the question becomes, does the U.S. step in and buy? Or New York, do they bid this up? Now, do we have anybody else to buy this today on a Friday? No, it's just you. Just New York. Does that make sense? I want to show you a couple things here. So I'm looking for a good example of this. Sometimes they're clean and sometimes they're not, but I don't know what was going on here, but I want you to think about this. You've got a New York closing, and you got Asia looking for the low, and they put a bid in, right? So they bid this up. Then all of a sudden it comes back down, closes a gap, and who do we got coming in here? Right? That's pre-market, right? For London. So they buy this up. Oh my God, we're back up here at this high. So they let it come back down. And they buy this. And then they come stop by the show and they're like, Cap says, hey, it's expiration, man. We might start selling off the bell. So you've got like New Yorkers that want to sell the open, and you got London that's like, fuck that, no risk for me. I might even become a seller here with the New York crowd. So we sell it down, and then it bounces again. That's London taking the money and running. And then you need to find out if the U.S. is going to continue selling, or New York. Anyways, my point here, the more important point here is that you can look at this also on higher frames. You can look at it on an hour. You can look at it or what takes place in a 4-hour period and in which markets. And you can find out if other markets are going to help you and for how long they're going to help you, and then the sentiment from other markets. You can see it right here, right? Asia tried to buy it. They got the halfback trade right here. They got out, and we started making some lows in the overnight. So now you've got London on the sell side, and wham, they bring it back down, right? There's something else going on here, too. What is it? Dealers. So you have to think about a dealer providing liquidity across all markets. So, and as an example, a dealer is offering up price here, and Asia bid it, sweet. And then you got these sellers, right? Asia now wants to sell this down. So the dealers chase that price all the way down here, right? And then all of a sudden they're chasing it now in the U.S. market. And the dealers need to get neutral, don't they? Where's neutral? Where's neutral? Right here, right? That's neutral for a dealer. So we're at a close down here, and the dealers are saying to you in New York, hey, bro, you want to buy this? So you buy it at a cheap-ass price, right? Chase it all the way back up. Now we come here. What does a dealer need to do? Nothing. They don't care if we go up or down. They'll chase price in either direction. So you're inside of they're neutral now, right? And what happens? The U.S. steps in, buys it. So the dealers chase price all the way up here, right? And now they're kind of what? Oh shit, that's not good, right? And then you get foreign, then the Japanese come or the Asians come back in, they butt bid this shit up, and the dealer's like, "Oh man, I'm not neutral here. I need to get neutral." And there's no buyers here, so a dealer unloads shares, unloads shares, unloads shares, but US comes in, buys it again. They unload shares again, unload shares again, unload shares again. And kind of neutral here, right? Kind of neutral. They get taken for a ride again over here. So there's that going on. You've got like the servicing of different markets. There's something else going on though too. If you look at this from the perspective of time frames, higher time frames like a day, a week, a month, a quarter, we tend to return to places. So as an example, this is the start of a new quarter, right? 10, 11, 12, right? 10, 11, 12, right? Back here, you've got September, August, and you got July, right? Right there. Can you see that? Hold on. Interesting, right? I want to bring this away here. Hold on here. And I want you to note something here. I want to note this one right here. You see this one right here? Okay. Why is this important here? Do you know? We have a tendency from quarter to come back and revisit like key levels. And these dealers are constantly like, "Hey, I'm with you. I'm against you. I'm with you. I'm against you. I'm with you. Hey, coming back down here, get neutral again. Oh, you want to go up? No problemo. Up here, right?" And as a matter of fact, we came back down. Here, didn't we? So somewhere in here, trying to get neutral off this trade right here. You'll actually hear traders right now that say we should go all the way down here again. And you'll hear them say it's to back test this high back here, but in reality, it's dealers. So when you hear people say we should trade 636, maybe 616, it's all dealer functions. Not only that, does it mean we have to come back there? No, we don't have to go back there, but we often do. And you'll notice if you track by month, if you track each month, if you track each quarter, and then you start to track like a 6 month, a year, like if you track the year mark over here, Let's say, like, well, Cap, we didn't come back over here. We just, like, melted up, bro. But then you get that big fucking jackknife. And you go right back to where they started. And then you're back up again. You're going up, if we go up there. And then you come back and you jackknife that again, don't you? Well, not this one, but this move right here. You know, bam, at some point or whatever. So this is all like dealer stuff, isn't it? And if you start looking back, oh yeah, keep selling. Sell. Bear plane on SPY. I was hoping this wouldn't roll yet because I wanted to wrap this up with market to market. Are there any other markets open this weekend? No. So what is very common on a Friday at the end of the day? A little bit of de-risking, right? From New York. Or a little bit of buying on a low. So remember last Friday we blasted down to the end of time? We went like blood down. What was going on at the end of that day? We were buying, weren't we? So now we're on a high, so you're going to experience at least some kind of a dip, aren't you? These are longs. I'm taking my money. I'm going to have a great weekend. At the bottom of that low and that big down Friday, you've got New Yorkers trying to buy a low, aren't they? Same thing's going on right now in SPY, right? And the inverse, right? So there's one other thing I want to show you here. This is big basic shit, but I'm not trying to get complicated with this, but what is important here is you can look at this on higher frames. You can start to look at candles, like a 1 month candle. You can look at it on a 3 month candle. You can look at it on a year candle, a quarter candle. What are we on right here? A quarter? A 1 year candle. But even on a 3 month candle, quarter, you'll notice that we still go back and test those things. You may not see it in the candle, but you can see it on the 1 months within. So what you'll find is on a 1 month basis, this is what traders will do. They will create they'll create a box. They draw boxes usually. And they'll leave this to cover that 3 month candle. We don't know if this candle is going to be up or down. Let me just change the, can I change the transparency on this? No. This is kind of a shitty software to be doing this, but I want you to look at this here. So here's your 3 month candle right here. One, two, and three. You take this candle right here. See how you got some connection here in these two? Notice how we have an attraction to this level right in here. Right here. See it right there, right? So if you got this 3 month mark here, you know that at some point in the next 3 months, and even if it takes into the next 3 months, we have an attraction here. So you come back down, you hit that same box again. And if that holds, what is that telling you? We're not coming back here for a while, huh? if we were to break down through here, what is that telling you? This whole range is open, isn't it? So we could go all the way down there and plummet, couldn't we? Seriously, we can. So, market to market. And not only market to market, but you add time into that. You can do this on a monthly basis, a weekly basis, and you can tie it into the prior time.
See the release of the weekly Baker Hughes rig account numbers.
So
oil rigs saw a prior of 418, total rigs a prior of 548.
You can also tie this back into, let's say, on a week. So if you go to a day, and today's Friday, right? So we got today's Friday, right? This is Thursday, Wednesday, right? Tuesday and Monday, right? That was our low. Whatever this is going to be our high, right? Whatever this is, right? But also I want you to think about the prior weeks. So we're closing a week right now. Now let's look at the couple prior weeks before that. This is the low. I believe that's the low, right? This is the day before, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, right? We got this part right here. We got this part right here, right? And what happened this week? Watch this with me. This is very important. This is where it gets important. So we're closing this week out, right? So what did we do this week, this new week? Did we go down? We didn't, did we? This is what happened this week. We went up in the new week, didn't we? We back tested and filled this in, but we didn't kill this, did we? We didn't kill any of this. We didn't violate any of last week. So what does this mean to you if this holds? That means this fucking week is going up, isn't it? It's going to close green, isn't it? That's what you're thinking, right? So now you're closing this big box up here for this Friday, right? What can you give back next week? Or what can you impart from this? Well, I'm going to expect us to make a new high. I want to see that. Because that tells me what? That next week's will be bullish. Let's say we don't. Let's say we close this week out, right? And I close down here. Or let's say, excuse me. Let's say this week, just keep this right where it is. So I got this one right here. This is our low. What are we doing here? Hold on. This is what we know so far. Right? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right? So let's say we come back on a Monday and you're watching the Monday open, right? You'll hear that sometimes. I'm watching the Monday open. Why? Well, we're closing strong. I would expect the gap up, wouldn't I? I'm going to expect that. So what if it doesn't happen? What if I come in on Monday, I'm watching Sunday futures, and we open on a low? That's not good for this upcoming week. So now I got to watch Monday and Tuesday, don't I? So let's say Monday and Tuesday is a bloodbath, and I take just that. We start to come back up again on Wednesday, and people are like, bro, we're going to go to all-time highs. I wouldn't think that. I would say you violated last week, and I'm now looking to go down and do what? At least test the prior week low. And if we break the prior week low, how much am I going to take of the prior week? Better not be more than that. So you can kind of impart what's going to happen in future weeks. And you can also layer this over into months and quarters in 6 months, in years. So if we ever go into like a 2008 style crash, you can actually start to think about really far out in time. Like, hey, is the crash done? If you look on like a 6-month candle, a year candle, a 3-month candle, and a month candle, you can find out if you have a high probability if that crash is over or not. This scales on every time frame. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour, an hour.
We
Now
see the
there are
release of
some
the
really
Baker Hughes
popular
rig count
ones,
numbers for the week. Oil
like the
rig
5 and 15 are
oil rig
together.
supply 418,
The
total rig
1 hour
supply
and the 4 hour are tied
548.
to each other. The 4 hour and the weekly is tied to each other. The daily matters. Do we get a new daily low? When you hear people asking those questions, some of them know what they're talking about and some don't. The ones that do know what they're talking about, you'll hear them ask, you'll hear people make comments on social media and they'll say, I just want to watch and see what the price action is on Sunday futures. Are you trading it? Maybe. I don't know yet. So you see the pop up here in futures. They're like, yeah, man, I'm longing that shit into Monday and Tuesday now. So what I'm saying to you is that when you hear people say things like, I'm looking for this, or I'm looking for that, or I'm not doing this, or I'm waiting for that, there's a reason why for some people. Does any of this make it like just like talking simple crayon eating? So within a candle, there's more candles and more candles, and these people are watching because they know if we wake up next week on Sunday futures, what does that mean for Monday, Tuesday? And what do the lows mean on Monday and Tuesday for what? The rest of the week. There's something else I didn't tell you yet. So let's say we come in and you measure this. I don't think they have a measuring tool here, but if you had a measuring tool and you measured the closing price today on Friday and you take 80% of this week. So let's say we pop up here and we squeeze or we blast all the way down on Monday. It's a bloodbath. And we stop short right at 79.9%. And it's ugly. And you get people calling for all kinds of stupid ass, crazy ass shit. And all of a sudden down here, you see this marked bottom and it starts to creep back up and it's early week. It's like Tuesday or Monday. Like we recover on Tuesday a little bit. We're dogging though. But we beat the prior high in here. We never broke the 80% here. And it's only Tuesday. And so you get the market going, fucking FinTwit going crash. And that guy knows that what they're doing here is they're doing what? Pain. You got the high tick up here. The implication is not down. The implication is a fucking face ripper into Friday. Like a literal fucking violent face ripper. From Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Does that make sense to you? A violent face ripper into Friday.
We're shortly expecting the weekly Baker Hughes rig count numbers.
Does that make sense? I just showed you what happened this week. So are we buying calls again? That's a good question. So the thesis here into this close is what? What would be the thesis here? We have a strong close on a Friday. You should expect to pop up, right? But a violent move down into next week, huh? We just cannot give up 80% of this candle. That's it. We don't give up that candle. You see the fucking bulls are all crying. And then you got the high back here going up, right? What else do we know?
Total rigs 550.
Is there anything else that needs to be done today? That's the next question to ask yourself. Is there anything else that needs to be done today? No. Is there an edge in longing this close? No. Is there a need to trade where
and oil rigs 420,
no, we can do it now.
It's an increase of 2 rigs.
We could do it on Sunday. We could do it or not do it. Do they need that? They don't. We've already gotten our high. Don't need to go anywhere. We need to do shit. They could save this for Sunday futures. You open up big and green. Then we start fading Sunday futures or Monday open. That's all they got to do. That's it. Now, can you take this long into the close? It's Friday. You could theoretically take this with futures and let it ride, but it's risky and there's no edge. If you woke up in the middle of the night on Sunday and it was up here, I would sell the fuck out of it, personally. If you woke up on Sunday sideways, we back test this and go up and we hit it on Monday, Tuesday, you could do that too, stay long. But let's say we close this candle today on Sunday and you're long this and you start to see that we can't break above it in Sunday futures or Monday open, you got to close those longs because they're going to take us downtown. And if we don't get above the Friday close on Monday open, it could get messy. That could be a top. And I'd be risk off until you see what happens down here. So normally, what is Friday for people? What is Friday for most people? I want you to think about what I just showed you in prior weeks. So most traders, whatever time frame they're trading. So if you're a swing trader, you wouldn't be looking at this, would you? On a weekly basis. If you're a swing trader, you're probably looking at months, right? With weeks in those candles, those monthly candles. But on a week in, week out basis, what would a day trader be doing today, right now? They're done with their trading. The only thing a day trader cares about right now is watching the price action into the close on Sunday and Monday open. And then they're looking for the weekly low, right? Whenever that comes. And then trying to long that up or selling it down into the weekly low. Where's the weekly high and the low, and how do we sell it down and up from those places? So what are most day traders or week in, week out traders, what are they doing right now? Not a goddamn thing. They're not doing anything. They're waiting to see what the close is, and they're waiting to see what Sunday futures do. They might get in and trade it in and out when they can get in and out. Like if there's time for them to do that, they will, but if they're coming into a time period where there's a break, they won't. You know, you'll see like traders be like, I'm not fucking with this weekend. Too dangerous. But they'll come in on Sunday and they'll be like, I can definitely long it from here up into Monday and then sell it. Or if they see it rolling on Sunday, they go like, fuck yeah, I can start selling this fucker down. and they have the ability to get in and out when they want to. But on a Friday with not being able to get in and out, a lot of traders don't. They just watch. You are the liquidity, most of you, on Fridays. Most of you are. So you can trade 0 dates and shit. You can trade like a 1 date if you wanted. Not an edge there, though. 1 date calls right here. But they could blast you down here, and then that would have been the 1 date call. So for me, I don't think there's a lot of great trades on Fridays. I think it's a time to be used to watch the market, and so that you can kick ass the entire next week and crush fucking souls all over FinTwit and make them hate you. You can rip their hopes and dreams up in real time and go, fuck you and fuck you and fuck you. So you look like a rock star even though you're not. So this time period right now, the implication is up from here. Not this exact moment right here. So if you're going to think, okay, Cap, it's a strong week, what's your expectations for next week? I'll tell you right now. I expect strength up into Monday or Tuesday to show a new high. Do I expect it to go crazy? No, just a tick from this Friday's high, wherever we close today. How would you express that trade, Cap? Well, with Edge, I would want a back test in this market today on the half-hour or hourly trigger. That's what I would want. Well, Cap, what if it goes up? Cap, what if it goes up and I miss the trade? That's okay. It's not for you. So even right here where we're standing in this market today and this Friday, I would hope for some kind of a test back. There's the half-an-hour trigger right there. From now into the close, I would hope, if for me to get long into the weekend, I would be unwilling to put risk on unless we were to blast down here somewhere. Now, some traders will tell you, like, well, as long as we're above the 1 minute trigger cap, I'm long. I think that works too, but you better have a lot of fucking money. That means you're buying the SPY or SPX or futures, and you're shorting at the same time. You understand my concept there? I just bought a share. I'm not going to sell that share. I keep that share forever. And if we go down, I'm shorting SPY. The moment we hit this right here, I'm buying a share. Or if we bounce and make a new high, I would actually buy the share there. So I buy another share. We go up. We start selling down. I start shorting. Sell short. That's the 1 minute trigger. But that's whole nother fucking conversation. That's a whole nother conversation. We're not going to talk about that here. You need a lot of money. This is like a professional would do that, or someone with a lot of wealth. Most of you do not have even near that wealth. Do you have a $50 million brokerage? Do you have a bank of 50 million, 25 million, 5 million? Probably not. 15 million, you could probably get started doing it, but most of you probably don't. So that doesn't apply to you. For most of you out there, you should just be observing this close. That's all you're doing. You observe the close. You observe what happens on the overnight on Sunday. You observe Monday and Tuesday. There are trades in there, but you have to be able to get in and out.
Canada launches probe into Chinese dumping of truck bodies.
What up, Matt Coella? What up, my brother? Your shit came back today. Congratulations on your Coinbase. I've been looking out for you, man, to see if you were around or not. You drinking whiskey, dude? What are you drinking? You drinking bourbon, dude? You drinking Irish whiskey, Canadian whiskey? You know, I live in Michigan, man. They drink Canadian whiskey here. That shit's nasty. What the fuck is Canadian whiskey, man? Ugh. Ugh. You're going to be drinking some bourbon. Like Irish whiskey is for like a 20-year-old. Good to see you, Maddie. Cheers to you, brother. I had a bourbon last night, dude. It was awesome. I immediately passed out. I finally got to drink a bourbon. I was out, and then I woke back up, of course. I didn't sleep the whole night. I was up like 2 or 3 hours later. I had to feed myself alone. You guys understand these concepts, or just the basic idea of this? You don't need to understand the more complicated stuff. You just need a gist. Congratulations, Maddie. Congratulations, brother. You just need to understand the basics of this stuff. You don't need like if this and that and the tick and all of that stuff. You just get used to this stuff. Start thinking that there's other people in the market. Think about dealers offering up price, trying to get back to neutral. You know, like you'll get like negative and positive gamma. You get on like the gex and the rabbit holes of that, and you'd be like, oh my God, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. This is it. Just simplified. It's not big words. Just think about a dealer chasing buyers and sellers constantly up and down and around. And that's what they're doing. They're chasing buyers and sellers, right? They're chasing markets. They're chasing New York, Asia, London. And they're always trying to get back to neutral. They got to make money too, right? It's not just getting back to neutral. They got to make some fucking money along the way, right? And you got to think about those other. I know you don't want to think about those other markets, but they matter. Like, and there's only 2 markets that matter: Asia and London and New York. That's it. Those are the only markets that matter. That's it. That's how all trades are wrapped. There is some wrapping going on here and there in like Mexico and shit. You'll see some like weird arbitrage, not arbitrage, but you'll see like weird like wrap trades from the street and some other markets. But in general, it's Asia, London, New York. Oh, and that opens up a whole nother fucking conversation. I'm not going to get into that here either, where you're like exchanging currencies cheaper and more expensive, and then you're buying fucking tech in another goddamn country. That's not a conversation for today. I want you to understand, though, this like week to week thing, month to month, day to day, and you can express that concept on all of these different frames, and then they all tie back into each other on higher frames. So you like, let's say you're just working on an intraday, and then you're working on a week, or you're a swing trader in a month. You still have to consider at some point these other time frames because of why. You get these what? People that buy on those time frames or sell on those time frames, right? You get people that are buying like a 3-month contract that ends on the contracts that are only available. Maybe they only have contracts available on OpEx and month end. They haven't opened up more closer because there isn't demand. But there's concentrations of them on what dates? OpEx, expiration, month end, quarter end, quarterly OpEx. Right now, you hear people calling for a correction. Why? Because they want to go back and revisit all that shit back there. And so if we don't revisit back there, what are they going to be calling for in the December and March? A fucking bloodbath. They want to see that. Now, let's say we don't go back there. What if we come back and just start pounding out 650 or 700? We start hammering it. We don't go down to that 616. We just start focusing on that number. Those same guys will be like, fuck, we ain't going down there. We ain't getting our crash. We got our major correction, but we didn't get our crash, dude. We're now layering this and we're never coming back to it. Or maybe we're not never coming back to it, but maybe we got to wait a year or two to come back to it. Maybe we got to wait a long time to come back to it. So when you get into bubbles like the 90s or 2008, and you see that like last leg down and they just wipe out 4 years or 8 years, That's those same fucking guys that know we're coming back there no matter what. They're like, I don't give a fuck how long it takes. I know we're coming back there eventually. I don't give a fuck if we trade 9,000. I know we're coming back to trade 613. I don't give a fuck if it's in 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. Our ass is coming back there. These guys watch this shit on like multiple years, decades. I mean, not decades, but they watch like multiple years, 2, 3 years. They do. And they know that there's cycles in these things, right? Bull run, 3
surely
to 5
expecting
years
the result
on
of the
average.
Fed reverse repo operation.
In modern history, it's more like 7, even more sometimes. So these guys keep track of this shit. Retailers do this. And you want to know someone that does this shit? Baller? David AMS. You watch that motherfucker. That motherfucker's like tracked the whole goddamn stock market back to day one. He's one of our mentors. That fucking guy has his eye on every one of these things, on these bigger frames. He knows. I know he's right. I don't know when it's going to happen. Like the when matters. Like when. That's the trick, right? It's always the trick. But we know you're going back there. It's just a matter of when. You got it. A day trader would be drinking today.
Four
you got
counterparties
it.
take two full spot.
Day trader ain't
Four
doing
counterparties
shit
take
here.
2.435
Money's been
billion
made.
dollars at the Fed reverse repo operation.
All right. So do you guys want to do like expectations? Is that what you guys want to do? You want to do some expectations? It's 1:16 in the afternoon. Nice back half of the day here. It's not even that late, is it? You guys want to get out of here and go drinking? The FOMO gang is still here, though, aren't they? It's Friday. You know how FOMO gang is on Up and Down. They get that last little fucking bit, don't they? FOMO gang loves the last part of the trade, don't they? I'm aware of that. So we're sitting on R3 right now. This is a 1 minute for SPY. We're gonna look at a weekly expectation really quick. If you feeling the FOMO, I can provide you with a no edge FOMO trade. You ain't getting that trade, I can tell you that. You can possibly get over this. Potentially. I'm going to warn you that this is not guaranteed. Comes your half hour right there. Ramporama down by the close. There's your Sunday, Monday, and jam right down. There goes Marco. And I'll tell you what. That shit would be not quite a disaster, but this would trigger all kinds of buying over here in the next week. And then a blast down over there first. This is your expectations for next week. Expectations are smash up here into the close, wake up on Monday. Sunday, they're going to try to smash you down. It ain't going to work. It's going to go down here. Right in here. Right in here. This is what I see happening next week. You want to know what I think happens? Right in here. What do I think happens is this is distribution for next week. And you're going to get jackknifed right in here. They're going to, now there's something else here. This is insane. I want to show you this. This is fucking insane. Let me show you something. So here's the 31st. This fucker could be right up there. This is where the extension is. There's your week. Vertical pair. Vertical there. Vertical there. There's your 90. Fascinating is that there's real danger here. There's a fuck ton of danger here. This is where the crash danger that I see is. The trade, the scary part about this trade is this right here. Why is this dangerous? What makes this dangerous? Do you see it? So this is your Marco seller. He actually doesn't care if you get up to 690. He's going to try to hammer you down in here. Close that gap finally. You're not going to close that gap right now. And you're not going to close it here either. This actually is probably higher. You're not going to close it. It's going to be something like this. It's gonna be something like this, and even if you got the 690 in that on that like gamma, you get like if you get like the fucking month end flow shit. So even if we do this, even if you get sucked up into 690, Marco's gonna be there, and he's gonna fucking dump. And the shitty part is the instigation of the trades right here, or it's slightly. Right here. Scary shit here isn't that, it's this. It's still scary. What's scary about it is that I mean, this is like so watch this right here. So what's scary here is that so this is where Marco was. So Marco the danger here for bulls, if you're watching this closely. Now, if you're a bear and you think that this is going to crash, do not. This trade is valid. But, and I do think bears have an advantage here. I'm not going to say that bears don't have an advantage. There's a second leg in here, minimum. Not minimum, but, so let's talk about the 31st and then the 3rd and 5th. So, see right here in this right here, it's the same process. You go wham. Now, if this gets sucked back up, we're rock and roll. So if this gets sucked back up, we're out of here. Woohoo. Bulls go to 700, 696, maybe even 720. If this rolls early, and holds, you'll get your 700 or whatever. Now if you're a bear, you are going to be right up here. So if you're a bear, you are looking for a few things. You'd be looking for the break right to about here. And you'd be waiting for a rejection up here and a new low. That's bad. You can't take this trade right now. I'll tell you that. You can if you're like, hey, I'm a bear. I'm just going to fucking take that like a put spread. You could. You don't want to get squeezed out here. I want to warn you if you're a bear that this is extension territory. I don't think that it happens, but there are calls. There are calls up there. A lot of them. Higher, like 700. Not that high. I just want you to know. I'll show you this right now. Hold on. Now, this is where my fear lies. I want to show you where my fear is. I don't think we do. It's a very small chance. But I want you to see this. See this right here? This is 7,000. There's no calls in here. That's good. But this matters. This fucking matters. I don't think it matters right now, but it could matter right now. So I want to talk to you about this. Like this fucking thing in the right circumstances, if they want to sell this market right now, they don't want to wait. If they want to sell November and crash, you could see like a literal fucking gamma magnet up there. If you see that trade, I don't think you're gonna see it, but if you see that trade, that's a fucking sell the market trade. No, this is extension territory in here. Now if we don't do that and we come down here and we like hang on to this, we would trade this into the end of the year for your Christmas rally, your holiday rally. More than likely, but not more than likely. If we did this, you would trade it. That's the most likely outcome. So the most likely outcome is that we come in here, right? We hit like maybe 690 at most. More than likely, it's like fucking around up here or trapped in here. Like this is the most likely outcome, something like this. There's a few other problems here. So a lot of bulls want to see this trade. Into like OPEX. Where's OPEX? Yeah. A lot of bulls want to see like a fucking bloodbath down here. Right down there. This is the 613 I was telling you earlier. Right in here. And a lot of bulls seem to think that if we get down here, this will get bought back up. And you'll like extend the trade out to February. I disagree with those bulls. I think if you go down here, you're going to blast down and you're going to go right down and trade 560. That's what I think. If we went down here, my thing would be, fuck no, don't trust that bottom. I would need to see a lot of work to get long here. A ton. I see 560 down there. I do not like that trade at all. I do like that trade if we went up to 700. Because then I'm like, fuck yeah, we're going down to 560 by spring. I do like that trade in that respect. But for right now, can't trade that. You can't trade any of that. But I just want you to know there's different outcomes here. That's my point, is that There is an outcome to 700. There is an outcome to 700 in here. There's an outcome in here. We squeeze up, smash it down, go up, down, and maybe we get some bad news from Trump or whatever early. That would extend the market. If it recovers, we can talk about 700 or whatever in the end of the year. But right now, the only thing you need to worry about right now, don't worry about all this shit because we don't know what's going to happen. I would think if we magneted this and did this in the first, that's the top of the market. In my view, that's top. We're done. We're going to sell this fucker, in my view, for like 3 to 6 months. Not 3. You'll get a low in like end of December. You'd recover into January, maybe January OPEX, and then we'd go right back down into April or something. My preferred outcome here is like this. Although, as things change, you stay long here. If you're able to buy a dip, and you catch the 700 print, fuck yeah. If they start rolling it on you, my preferred trade is more like this. We sweep down here, and you just kind of fuck around. And let me put it on a 4 hour. My preferred trade is something more like this. And where's the Wednesday the 31st? Just like that. That's my preferred trade. I like it. It's nice and easy. They roll you down. You grind around sideways. You go back up here. Remember, you got to fight this bullshit. You got to fucking fight that bullshit. They'll probably you can see this daily trigger over here. So you could be like down here, dicking around, and then ram into the end of the month, end of the year. And now, what's cool about this one, what I like about this one the best is you could theoretically like fucking super ramp. Like your gamma ramp you're looking for here, that shit ends right there. If you start like loading and we get through this, like if we get through this like mid-November, there could just be like a straight like buy 700s, buy 710s, buy 720s, like literally. And this could actually produce the really big fucking end of year gamma, just like fucking monster. And not only that, but this opens up. On there. That opens up some fucking moves. That shit opens up like 715, 720. Gamma cap that fucking thing. There's your 720. I'm serious. You're talking about ending the market over here at 700 and we're out of here. Fucking bye-bye. Some of these bulls think you'd come down here and hit this 16 and we can go up here and do this. Maybe. We're not there yet, so there's no point in masturbating ourselves on it. There really isn't. There's no point in masturbating ourselves in any of this. All this is nonsense. So there's too many outcomes. The only thing you need to worry about right now is this. You worry about this only. This is all you're worrying about. So you're gonna we'll do it like this. Like don't self-masturbate. I'm telling you why I'm here because don't worry about any of that yet. We ain't there. Don't worry about any of that yet. We ain't there. This is all you're worrying about right here. That's it. This is all you're worrying about. That's it. That's all she wrote. You're going to watch this be your jump point. Just so you know, your jump point's going to be somewhere in here. You might catch a 70 or a 69. But I want you to remember this. I told you this earlier down here. This is all your jump points to trade all this. Does that make sense? So I'll show it to you in a better frame. You ready? Here's your 4 hour right here. This is your key level. But I think you're going to have a 4 hour, or sorry, that's a key level for you. You're going to get a 4 hour in here too next week. This will move up. It'll be like right here. This will be a 4 hour for you. Not today, but next week it will be. Until we close today, these are your 4 hours, though. These are your jump points for the close of this week. But next week, you should have a 4 hour there. You got to be willing to buy these dips next week. I don't give a fuck if we go out. And think about this week and not this week right here. Think about this week. And think about this this whole week right here. Here's Monday. So you could come in tomorrow and Monday and blast all the way down here and still be bullish there. So just note that as well. Like you can come right in here. We could wake up tomorrow morning. We could wake up Friday, Monday, and it would just be a shit bloodbath, and it doesn't matter. These motherfuckers will be calling for a crash, and it isn't. It's just going right back up again. Just note that for next week. If you don't know this stuff, it's okay. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think what's going to happen is, unless the news turns shitty, is you're going to see call buying. You got to remember, 46% of S&P reports, they will buy every fucking dip. They will buy every bloodbath. They will buy this. They will buy it on Monday. They don't give a fuck. So, you got a magnet up here too for month end. I really don't. I hope we don't do the 700 right now. The 650. I really fucking hope for this month we do not do this. If you're a dealer out there, I hope the fuck you make them wait, because I want 720 end of year, 715, 712. I want this market to extend if possible. And I don't want what these other fucking bulls want down here. I think they're fucking wrong. I could be wrong. I don't mind saying I'm wrong. I truly think if they go down here, this is what it's going to look like. Tell you exactly what it's going to look like to me. You can blast this fucker down. You're trying your best to get up here in the beginning of the year. You're going to jackknife your ass down into the fucking springtime. There's your 560. There's your crash. Now, I can understand the market. Peak Gods wanting to print 700. They clean out the option chain, and then you got bulls buying 720, and they're the liquidity to get down here. Start buying the dip with more calls, and the bulls think they're going to recover and go up here and trade 720, and they're fucking used to pay all those puts down there. So I personally don't like that trade. If it shows itself, we will trade it. We can trade it. We will trade it. If we get those highs right now, we'll trade it together. But it's all, we're masturbating ourselves. So there's no point in that. Don't masturbate yourself on stuff that hasn't happened. There's no fucking need. There really isn't. You just need to know that one right there. You just need to know that one right there. Don't masturbate yourself on 720. Don't masturbate yourself on 700. Don't masturbate yourself. And fucking remember that Marco's up here. That's all you got to remember. Marco will change your life. Think about the last time Marco sold. We blooded. Remember that not only do we blood, you had bears on the wrong side at the bottom of that. You had bulls on the wrong side of the bottom of that. You had bulls not buying, bears fucking thinking we were crashing. It was insano. And not only that, they didn't even understand the mechanics of it. They didn't understand the mechanics that you were going to catch the bounce higher. even if you extended down, you were going to go up and they were going to reject the daily trigger or break through the daily trigger. So even when we broke above the daily trigger, they didn't even fucking realize that we were not going to crash the next day either on that Monday. Like after we went up, they were like, oh, bro, we're going down. I'm like, no, you didn't. We're not going down. We're going up now. So, just be careful. I want you to be careful of, be serious right now, like dead up. Be extremely careful right now with what you're consuming. Extremely fucking. There's like three or no, that's not three. There's four. I just showed you 4 outcomes. They're all fucking valid. All 4 of those outcomes are valid. To some extent, I showed you the mean. The most valid outcome is the one that I showed you, where we trade up into Marco, we sell down, we recover in mid-November, and we go up and trade 700 to 720. That's the most mean. Like that's the mean. That's the most highest probable outcome. The least probable outcomes, we trade 720 or 700 on the 31st, and we start fucking back jackknifing down. Another least outcome would be we bounce off the weekly trigger and then go back up. And then the least outcome would be, 560 right now or something stupid. But trade what's in front of you. Most of you know at this point that I think at this point that if you watch this fucking show, you know that I am watching like a goddamn hawk this shit. I watch this shit like every tick, every fucking where are we? I watch them all. Now I'm wrong sometimes, but or I say if this then that. As soon as that happens, I'll tell you like, oh shit, watch out, or oh shit, we're going up, or this is the risk. And where is it? Where does it lie? So there are multiple outcomes here. And it's a living document that changes. As more information reveals itself, just note, okay? This is all I do. Spend my life and I want you to know in my real life, in my real career, I am a fucking attention to detail guy. I am a very not quite anal retentive in a lot of my life, but on the things that I'm doing in my life, I'm a motherfucker when it comes to that. So I don't do that. I don't live like that, but my professional life, that's what I've always done. Very, very particular about things. So. And I was very good at it in the rest of my life, like my professional life. I was very, very good at it. So anyways, oh, David AMS is here. Now, after listening to what I just said to you, spewed bullshit to you, I probably got a bunch of shit wrong. I will tell you, when you hear me say or you guys think I'm a furry, right? If you watch my show for free, you think I'm a furry. I'm not. I decentralize furrism. So I make sure that I keep people closer to me that are smarter than me or know more than me. I'm friends with those motherfuckers, and I fucking will back them up all goddamn day. I don't know everything about volatility. I don't know everything about gamma. I don't know everything about ICT. I don't know everything about triggers. I don't know everything about anything. So I keep those motherfuckers close to me. David AMS is in our Discord right now. That motherfucker can tell you he fucked this up. This is wrong. This is more probable. So I would always defer to him on what I just talked to you about. Always defer to him. He's the fucking G when it comes to that stuff. So he's in there right now. If you don't know him, if you're new to our Discord, I know we have a lot of new people joining it. If you're new to our Discord, David AMS is in there right now. Do not fuck with that guy. That guy will own your ass. I'm telling you. You're like, oh, David, this is going to happen, or that's kind of that. 9 out of 10 times, you're wrong. So I always defer to him. Pick his brain. if you have a question, always make sure it's well thought out and stuff like that. Don't fuck with his time. Don't waste his time. I feel like this is gonna happen, but don't fly with that guy. That guy, like, his time is very valuable. So, make sure you take it seriously if you ever talk to him about the market. I do. I don't fuck with him. I don't waste his time. I compare notes with him. And we definitely have open discussions, but I don't ever waste his fucking time. Don't waste that guy's time. He's a badass. He's really nice, but he's a badass. Just being in his presence is dope. And he's a Globex trader too. So if you're like in another country or some shit, that motherfucker's, he's awake when I'm sleeping. He's like the other set of eyes when I'm not around. He really is. He's one of the only traders I trust. And I trust Winky like him too. Like I have a very small group of traders that I trust. He's one of them. I trust fucking Volatility Wiz. He's a badass. David's in there right now. He's a motherfucking badass. He will wreck your day if you go. I always check with David. Like when I come into new quarters, new months, I go to David and be like, "Hey man, this is what I got. What do you have? Like, what did I fuck up?" I go to Vol Wiz. I go to all these guys. I'm like, what are your notes over there? Don't ever lose sight of that either. Nobody's fucking too awesome. That's how those motherfuckers get taken down. Those fucking furrows get taken down because their ego and their id and shit. Like, don't be a fucking furrow, man. Like, go look and see what other motherfuckers are doing. Like, where did I fuck up? It's not about that shit. Why would you ever want to give your money back to the fucking market? I don't understand it. Okay, so if you're looking for this trade up into the close, this green box is your buy. If we go underneath that green box, get the fuck out of the way, okay? I'll move this green box up as we go into the close here. If at any point you see a break of this green box, wherever that fucker is, cut your shit loose, okay? You understand what I'm saying? If you're long here, if you're like, oh, Cap Sam, we're going up into this fucking mark up here, I want you to just do me a solid, and if this begins to break down, pull the plug, okay? No reason. I want to say this one last time. Most good traders are not trading this. They've made their money for the week. So if you are trading this to catch up into the close, you know, I want to say something to you that's important. If you're trying to catch up, why give more back to the market? If you've made your money this week, why give your money to the market to the close? So I just want to say that. This could get pushed. All this could get pushed over. See that? All that drawing I did? That shit could get pushed over to Monday. That's my point. Like, price or time. So, and your rules say that you buy the hour and half hour trigger and daily trigger. Are we on those right now? No. Sorry. So just be aware of that, okay? Don't say, oh, Cap said this was going to happen. Your rules are buy the half hour and hour trigger. And the other thing is that this is price or time. So if you don't get the price right now, you might be waiting until Monday and you got 0 dates into the close. You know, I told you now. So just be aware of it, okay? And come back and watch this show again. This segment that we just did. Even if it's some of it, I got some of it wrong maybe, or I didn't communicate it well enough. It's a good like crayon baseline for a gist for you to research on your own, or to talk about in the Discord with each other. Because some guys in the Discord know this stuff. They can just be like, hey, what does he mean by this? And what does he mean by that? And the people that know will tell you what I mean. This is your line right here. You cannot give that up. Who said that I identify as a tech exec? Who said that? Kevin L. That was funny, man. No worries, Matty. I love you, brother. I saw that move on Coinbase finally. I saw the fucking I saw the dump, and then I saw the hold, and then it started fucking recovering. It was dope. I lost track of fucking Netflix. I was trying to keep track of it today, and I've been trying to watch it, but I'm fucking doing all kinds of other stupid shit that I like. Sometimes I just wish it was a goddamn trader, because I'm like, I would just watch like five or like if I wasn't doing this, I would watch like every goddamn big stock that gets hammered, like a basket of them, and just wait to see what we can take fucking long. Binky letting us know right now that 2 p.m. VIX fuckery is inbound. Bulls got to get moving. Somebody asked Dr. CS to hit the buy button and warn the bears. Just a warning to you out here. 2 p.m. VIX fuckery about to happen right now. Bulls don't buy, bloodin', baby. Half-hour trigger is all the way down here. It's a bloodbath down there. 675. Watch out for these fucking bears, man. Thanks, Binky. I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break. I got to go potty one more time. I just need like, it's 1:58. I just need a few minutes here. I'm going to leave that right in the middle. I haven't told them about the hours yet, David. Well, I have, I think, in the past, but I don't think I've ever told them about the 4-hour candle starting and the 4-hour candle ending and the hours and the how the market goes from 30 to 30. Well, I haven't told them any of that shit yet. I think I've told them about the flows at 10 and 12, but I didn't talk about the knowing the hourly closes and the 4-hour closes and opens. I didn't tell them any of that today. Is that just that? I think people are like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? That's why I watch a show, asshole. So I don't have to know. Just draw it on paper for me. If Capital, no. Some traders here know that I want to watch the shakeout at 2, so I'm taking the break now. It's just a shakeout period. That's why I'm taking the break. So when I leave, it's usually either a shakeout period or I know it's just gonna moon. Like I've set you up for a trade higher or lower. I'm like, I can get out of here for a minute. Like we've already set up the other day when we were going down. I was like, I'm gonna go get some lunch until this fucking thing drops. We were trading sideways, and I was like, we'll get the print eventually. And I don't want to sit here staring at it going sideways before it drops. I had it's like a break. It's not bearish or bullish. It's that I know that we're in this moment where we're gonna get a decision. So I have like 5 minutes to take a piss or a shit or something, eat a sandwich, check on the workers. You guys noticed that? I didn't know you guys noticed that. I'll be right back. And then I'm like, We got the prints. Close them right now. Close the puts. Some sell side activity above us right now. Let me pull my pants up right now. I'm shitting. I'm hunched over, shitting underneath my desk. See that sell side flow is trying to come in right now. Remember what I said about that blue box, right? That green box right there. So just a note here that the market is positioned for a trade higher. If we hit that up there at all, we're gonna get sucked right back down here. Just note that if this is a magnet, the farther we pull away, the more it wants to pull us back down. Doesn't mean we roll down here. It just means if we start squeezing higher, that you would expect it to be sold. Make sense? Watch out here. There's a watch that. Hold on here. Watch out for a drop here. Watch out. You see the black sky opening up here on Bookmap. Watch out. Some people are stepping off right now. Market. See that black in the market? That means that's some risk off behavior. Either sell or buy side. I don't know. Is it that time yet? What time is it right now? Do we have any more news today? 1 p.m. That's it. That's all I got here. The 10-year treasury yield may hit 6% in the next year or two. Unproblematic inflation. Oh God. In the next year or two, things might get bad. Real bad. Super duper bad. The next year or two.
NYMEX diesel November futures settle at around $2.40 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline November futures settle at around $1.92 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude December futures settle at $61.50 a barrel, down 29 cents or 0.47%. NYMEX natural gas November futures settle at around $3.30.
Telling you what. My wife. I tell you why you stay married is because you let them be the rear admiral or some shit like that. Oh, we're clear on that side right there. What do they say? Happy wife, happy life? Is that what they say? That's how it goes, right? Something like that. Do we have
According to the Wall Street
speech?
Journal, Trump wants new classes of new Navy ships to counter China and other potential threats.
Just that statement alone opens up a can of worms. That's insane. I mean, I agree with it, but he shouldn't say that. what he should say is, we are reopening our shipyards, and we're going to employ. I would say we're going to start an engineering program from the ground up for shipbuilding and training workers and engineers, and we're going to be like almost like an FDR moment, and we're going to open all our shipyards. I would say that that'll scare the shit out of everybody in the world. That's war.
We have posted the article from the Wall Street Journal on the feed for those interested.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that statement. I agree that we need to reopen our shipyards. I think that there's something about there's like some exceptionalism in the U.S. where we think we can just reopen this stuff. We are. We've been doing that. If you look at, I've already shown you guys this, right? If you look at hold on one quick second here. Hold on one second here before I get right back. My wool sweater. I had I took a piece of wood right into my fucking finger while I was moving all of that OSB, and I needed a pair of tweezers to rip out like an inch, not an inch, like half inch fucking piece of wood out of my hand. It wasn't. It's right here, Mark. Yeah, I'm not really like. I don't think it has to do with Venezuela. I mean, he makes some sense. If you look, you got most of you guys already know this, but if you look at excuse me, if you look at if you look at manufacturing building, so building manufacturing plants, we've been on this like vertical build out for the past I think since 2015, and it really took off during COVID, and now it's gone vertical. And you know what else has gone vertical is our machinery building in the U.S. I mean vertical, like and that is not because of nice things for other countries, more specifically our adversaries, not Europe, not not Europe, not Mexico, Canada. Yeah, and even Venezuela. Like, do you guys understand some of this stuff? I mean, look, I'm a Democrat. Like, I'm a bleeding hard Democrat. I'm the kind of Democrat that most people don't like. But at the same time, like, I was in the military. I've been around the world. I've been in third world countries. I've seen what a real third world country looks like. And I've been around repressive regimes. You don't want to be that person. You don't want to live under that. I realize that the U.S. is like the U.S. at times is really good, and then times it doesn't look so good. It's part of a representative democracy, you know. Is that there can be good and bad, right? Oh, here we go. Hold on, let's see what happens here. little bit of Wiccan going on. The idea is to always try to become better, right? Be a better democracy, be a better country, be the light of the world if you can. Sometimes you're going to be and sometimes you're not going to be. There have been some real fucking bad moments in U.S. history. I think that's kind of what makes us special in some way too. There are a lot of people that want like that utopia. It's something that you strive for, but you might not ever reach. You're gonna have ups and downs, a couple steps up, steps down, that kind of shit. But even being from that political background, like not only from that perspective, but just the perspective of us as a country, where we're not like quitters, So like you see Venezuela and stuff like that, you gotta like you gotta go 2 steps beyond what thinking about it. There are definitely people thinking about it, and you can see how serious it really is. Then you also have to think about why people don't want to do that, right? I don't think that this is the best way to do it either. I don't think blowing up boats and Venezuelan boats are the way to go. I don't like the methodology of this personally, but I don't know the whole story, and you and I won't either. It could be a question of, did I just lose TikTok? Did I just lose Twitch? I think I just lost Twitch. We're still here. We don't know the whole story. When I was in the military, I was in U.S. Army Command for a time, and the shit that I saw and heard and watched and stuff, and then what I saw in the news was completely different. So even now when I hear this stuff, I'm like, oh, fuck, there's probably a story we don't know. The story could be like, no, if China comes here, if you fight China, we're going to back them. That could be a conversation that was had. I'm being serious. We're going to blow up the Panama Canal. Just like telling you, that's what we're going to do. And so you see it like in public working out one way than it really truly is. And then you got to wonder about who wants you to think that it's bad. So there could be like multiple stories at play, like true stories. And then you got to wonder like who's telling you to think don't do this and don't do that. Now I don't think they should do it either, but at the same time I'm aware that my adversary would want me to, not want it to happen in any form. So you can compartmentalize that stuff. You can say, I don't like how this is being done, but I understand why it needs to be done, even if I think it needs to be done a different way. Or why are we doing that? Like, do you want to go to war with China? No, I don't want to go to war with China. But do I want to be subjugated to China? No. Do I want the seas subjugated by China? No. Do I want the air subjugated by China? No. That is a big fat fucking no. And do I think we should have diplomacy to stop that? Yes, of course. But what if that doesn't solve it? Or we're struck first. We've been struck first, right? We're struck first in Pearl Harbor. So, and you know that people aren't just going to let that happen without at least trying to defend that, right? So, it's a touchy, it's a touchy, multifaceted thing. It's not binary. It's a lot. Oh yeah, give me that flush, baby. Flush these fucking early buyers out right now. Do it. Yeah. Give me my fucking buy-in for the close. I want to spend some money, bro. There we go. Right down there, yeah. Show them the doom. All I want right now is for a trader to tell me we're going to crash. As soon as I hear that, I'm ready. Get on down there. Yeah. Come on, dealers, dump it. Dump those shares, bro. Get neutral. Get neutral, bro. Hurt me, daddy. Hurt me, daddy dealer. Get me neutral. That'd be a great t-shirt. Hurt me, daddy. Dealer. Get me neutral. That'd be a good T-shirt. Or get me selling to me, dealer daddy. Get me neutral. I guess we could rewrite that somehow, but so anyways, I just read that Venezuela stuff too. I wouldn't say like you don't have to be like I agree with how this is going or whatever, but I would just be open-minded to that you can have multiple thoughts. You can say I don't like this and still be able to say I understand that there might be some reasoning that we don't know. You know what I mean? It's not just fucking like every. It's weird because like politicians and like companies and states, like they all want you to be like it's one or the other. You're in or you're out. You can't think for yourself, and you can't have a lot of different thoughts on this stuff. It's like it's one or the other. Because Venezuela is shipping, what do they call them, land drugs yesterday or something fucked up like that? We might go over the land drugs too. I'm like, oh really? That's what you're doing? Fucking, I bet if you raided the fucking White House, you'd probably arrest half the fucking place for illegal drugs. That's the reason? Okay. Let me put that in my fucking pipe. The land drugs. Yeah, I'm going down a little bit here. I am losing the stream. I lost the YouTube or the Twitch stream for a minute. It may not be me. I want you guys to know a few things. Like, I use a lot of tech day in, day out. Like I use a lot of consumer level tech, but I use a ton of tech every day for the show. And that AWS shit, that shit affected that shit. They were like, oh, it's fixed. And then the next day they were like, oh, it's fixed. I'm like, no, it's not. It's still not fixed. It hasn't been fixed all fucking week. There's like little things that are still not working. So I'm assuming it's still going on. It might even be. I even wonder if that was an attack. They said it was AI and they got rid of the engineers. I wouldn't be shocked if like a year they came back and said, was like, years from now, say that was actually an attack on our infrastructure and we had to defeat it. They're not going to tell you that publicly if it's they don't want you to know, right? It's probably be protected information, but or if they route it out, that could be it too. They could have been routing out foreign nations from our systems. I'm serious. That shit goes on more than you fucking guys know. Like the shit that I saw in the army, it was fucking crazy. It's so bizarre too, because like when you hear that from somebody telling you, you're like, that might not be true, but it really fucking was. Like on my children's lives, that was true.
Brent crude futures settle at $65.94 a barrel, down 5 cents or 0.08%.
On my wife, on my children, I witnessed it. I witnessed watching the not defect, but the AFN or something it was called, and saying that is not what's fucking happening at all. Like literally the direct opposite. Anyways, that's why I come kind of jaded as I get older. I'm just like, what's the real story? Whenever you read that kind of stuff, always think about like, is it meant to piss you off, or is it meant to get loyalty from you? Is it meant for you to be a party liner? That could be a party liner for a company. It could be like Tesla, Apple, doesn't matter. But it doesn't make it bad either. Or maybe if you're a party, it makes it good. You're happy with that. But just think about like why is it being said to you? Why is it packaged this way? And then think about like what else could it be? It's not a conspiracy either. That's not none of this what I'm even saying to you is conspiracies. It's just protected information. It's sensitive information that me, Joe Blow on the sidewalk, doesn't need to know. And nor do our enemies, right? And some of our partners at the same time, same thing, right? They have private conversations. They have private agreements. They have things they don't trust about each other. We spy on each other. Even our allies spy on each other, right? You all know that, right? We spy on our allies, and our allies spy on us. And everybody has their own, I want this, or I need this, or I need that. A lot of that still goes on. Flush them just a little bit more, man. Just a little bit more flushing. You can go down here. You don't need to go all the way down here, but I mean, that would be nicer, but a little bit of a little bit of sugar, 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 sugar. Just rattle the handle a few times. Just rattle the handle. We'll flush a little bit more of them out. Yeah, it's not like I would like no matter what your politics are, you got to think about like I want you to like whenever you get news, I want you to think about like is this meant to get a reaction out of me, good or bad, or doesn't matter. And then think about like what could be another reason for this going on that you just don't know about. Anything like what is the other reasoning? It's like all this stuff is like when I see this stuff right now, like it's glaring to me that we're gearing up for war. That's what we're doing. We're gearing up for fucking war, for World War III. If no one's told you that's what we're doing. I hope it doesn't go there, and it doesn't have to. The Cold War didn't turn into a hot war. It did turn into proxy wars, but we're heading there. That's where we're fucking heading, man. We're heading to a fucking war with China. That's what's going on. And so you start thinking about strategic things, like what do we need to do? How do we get people to join the military? I would lower educational standards. I'll be honest with you. It sounds fucking horrible, but that's what I would do. I would lower educational standards. I would create environment of nationalism, whether you like it or not. You see it on TikTok, right? You don't see the nationalism going on TikTok. That shit's not for you being an old person. That shit's for a fucking 13-year-old that doesn't know any fucking better. They're stupid. They're dumb. They have low wisdom. They're still learning, and they have a lot of changes going on. So they take more risk. They do things that like an adult wouldn't normally do. That's all geared up towards fighting a war. When you go into those periods, that's normally what that is. Good or bad or whatever. That's what it is. Like it or not, that's what it is. And you can have a say in that too. I probably shouldn't say this in the stream, but like the thing about the DNC, I think they're wrapped up in some of this shit because the DNC could easily take this over and do it themselves. And you don't hear that right now from the DNC. If the DNC were to say, some of these concerns are valid, but for other reasons, and we'll fix this, they could take it right over. They likely will at some point. If Trump was like, if Trump lost like the midterms, and they ran like a Democrat, you're more than likely going to see more of the same, just repackaged for you to consume. Does that make any sense to you guys? Maybe not. I'm warning you right now if you're a Democrat. You'll likely see this just repackaged in a way that you can, or America even. I'm tired. I love MAGA, but I just need a break. We'll bring MAGA back, the angry MAGA in a minute. I'm MAGA, but I just want that break. You'll still see that process continue on. It'll just be repackaged. Kind of fucked up, right? I don't even think most of MAGA's message is MAGA's message. I think it's nationalism for the danger ahead. I think it's financiers. I think it's like the same fucking financiers that got us through Civil War and our revolution. Those aren't conspiracies. Those are known. You can read books about it. Most people don't, but they read books from the perspective of like pop history and stuff. Oftentimes revolves around what your granddad's experience was, or what your fantasy is, or you have had experiences maybe in the military, and you want something you can relate to. Well, we're almost ready to start popping. Sometimes it's from the like watch war movies or something, or my dad died in the war, or my grandfather, or I don't know. I grew up in a country that was war torn, so I want that perspective. Most pop culture history books do not delve into the real reasons for why these things go on in the background and who finances them and who funds them. I want to buy this really bad. We need one more tick. We're missing this one tick right here. This is a false breakout so far. We need one more. This is a false breakout if you don't know. You can beat Johnny on the spot with calls if you want. Just false breakout. You gotta get one more tick. You need one more green bar right here. And then you take this red bar right down here, right about there. And then you rock and roll. Something like that. Just watch this candle. We can watch it together. We're now looking for this candle to trade this right here. Happy Friday to you. It's the second bourbon I'm having. Woo! Had one yesterday, not today. Yesterday, I'm having another one right now. This is all ice to melted. I've had it sitting here for like an hour. But cheers to you. Happy Friday. Hope you made a bunch of money. Don't give your money fucking back to the market. Take it and have a good weekend. If you are secular or religious and practice Halloween, get a Halloween costume. Buy your girlfriend or your boyfriend, husband, wife, husbands, wives. If you're Mormon, or not Mormon, but some Mormons are polygamous, even though they're not FLDS. If you've got multiple wives or whatever, or husbands. You guys have any ideas for how about this? If I needed I need a Halloween costume for New York and I can't pack too many clothes. What kind of Halloween costume is a good Halloween costume right now? Something I can like easily put it on and it's not a full like thing. We're just looking for one more tick right here. We're not quite there yet. Waiting for this one tick. Right here. Just need that one tick right there. We're 1 penny short of it. There it goes. That's what I wanted to see, bro. That's all I wanted to see. 5 o'clock flows coming in. 5 o'clock. You mean 3 o'clock? Yes. 3:30 over here. We're going to buy the back test, whatever that may be. Who's ready to say all-time highs again? Anybody here ready to call all-time highs again? You can go on Twitter in about 5 minutes and say, you can go on Twitter right now and say, all-time highs, baby. They'll say, no, it's not. And then 15 minutes later, come back and slap them on Twitter. Go, whoosh, told you. Oh, let me see this one. Okay, hold on, SB. Hold on, brother. Let me look. Ah, shit. Nice. Yes, I like that. That's done. I just saved it. Oh, perfect. Perfect Halloween costume. Newspaper delivery boy. How do I dress with that? All right, here we go, boys. I gotta delete that one. It's giving me fucking nightmares. I gotta delete that one. It's a condor costume. Oh, what are we doing now? Give me those all-time highs up there. Come on. We just got to break this one now. Now you got to break this one right here. See if we can get a nice little smash right here. Nice little bammo. It's ready to start pumping. Right here, we're basing on 6,800 right now, if you didn't see it. This is the top of the market. We're rolling calls right now. All the call buyers are up here trying to smash, forcing dealers to chase. Smash. We need call buying. We need like rapid call buying here. We need all the degenerates to roll their calls for next week. I guarantee you there's like people out there all over the place going, bro, I got to get long for next week, bro. I can't be left behind. And then they're going to sweep your ass on Monday, hopefully. So an example of that is this Wednesday. It took until fucking Wednesday close to sweep all the degenerates. And then finally you could get long and make a bunch of money. Oh, a ball cap in New York Times for... Oh, dude, that'd be great. I like that. Ball cap in New York Times. Yep. For fish wrap. Slap their asses up there. Slappity slap, slap, slap. Squeeze them. Squeeze these fucks. Get up there and blast them. Who is that out there? Are they coming here with the cement truck or no? Yeah, there you go. There you go. Lean into him a little bit. Lean into him. Now we need to trigger call buying here. We need to trigger 679 because this is in the money right now. We need to trigger some call buying here. We need people buying 679s. Not you, but we need the market to start buying 679 zero dates here. 1 dates, 2 dates. If we can't trigger it, we'll blast right back down again. So far, I'm just seeing 678. That's it. You can watch this too if you want in our Discord. If you go to the professional tools that we have in there, you can watch to see if there's ramping call buying or not. I'm not looking at it right now, but you can look to see in real time if it is happening. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, shit. Fucking, you're gonna like come into like if you come into Moonvember, then if you come into Moonvember, the bears they will just stop shaving everything. Bears are already looking pretty fucking hairy. I think we can go vertical here. I'll be honest with you. I think I want to. I'm going to tell you something. I'm not going to say to anybody. You ready? Should I say this or no? You want to know the truth? I mean, between now and open on Monday, we have potential to trade 680 plus. Like right now. I'm trying to give you guys more time on this, but we could trade 680 today. It's possible. It's possible we could green bar up. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think it's going to take more time, but it's possible. It is very possible. Like yeah, like 681, 682 is reasonable, like early week. 690 is very. I showed it to you already. Like 690 is very easy. I said to you we could start extending. We could start melting up. Well, I hope we don't trigger it, but if we do, we could easily trigger. We could easily trigger extensions. I'll tell you that 682.50, we could go straight to 690 like it's nobody's business. I'm serious. Like 690, easy. If the algos take over on this, like the top is pretty much 682.50, but if we break over there and hold a back test, we could easily just start fucking going vertical. I don't like saying that shit publicly because I don't want people to like rein in their expectations and get paid more, and then be like, "Hey, stay long." We're like so close to extension mode. It's not funny. Should I say that on public? Should I tell people that on Twitter or no? I don't like saying it because it may not happen. We could reversal and not back test, and it could go down to the depths of hell. But there is a good chance of that happening. I think I talked about that earlier, right? I was like, you get up there and they start fucking making us vertical. It could get stupid, like stupid. And if they want to sell November 1, it could go like green. I don't want to talk about it while we're on a high right now. I just know that it's there. It's like it's standing in the room with me. It's not touching me yet, but I know that it's right there. I don't want to promise something that a furrower would. Yeah, I guarantee a furrower is going to tell you that. Like tonight's videos out there on YouTube, they're going to be like, dude, we can squeeze right to fucking 700 and like nothing. Like 690 on the table. It's on the 690 is on the table right now. I drew that for you earlier. 690 is on the fucking table as we speak. 686 or 680. It's like 682ish or something. And then it's like 690, some change. Slam into that supply, come back down, and then you just trigger the algos get triggered, and that's it. We're off and running. Like 7,000 on SPX, easy target. Easy. Now in a month, easy target. Like on the 31st or the few days after it, like just fucking like last 15 minutes of the 31st, just like tagging 7,000 SPX. I wouldn't blink if that happened. Like right where we are. Like we're in a part of a wave pattern that is like we're in the part of a wave pattern right now. We're at the literal, like within a few dollars of the extension. Like you're talking about something that's been worked on since April. Yeah. Don't short this. You can buy dips and step out of the way, but don't short this shit. Get the fuck out of the way if you're a bear. Is that an all-time high? Yeah, a couple of them. Get the fuck out of the way. I don't want to get. I hate doing that shit. I like under expecting and over producing, but yep. 100. Yep. We're in the extension phase. The extension phase can get fucking messy. It can get. This is how we enter bubbles. This is how we enter a fucking bubble right now. Like, so here, I want to say something to you guys. Like, when people say that we're in the bubble, we're not. This is actually the place for it to start. This is it. Like 682.50-ish. It's like the whole start of it. We'll come back and shit, but this is the place. Like you start extending up, hitting 700, 720, you start pulling back to fucking the 50s and shit. You can even have a jackknife fucking 30% correction. It ain't gonna matter. But you definitely get the fuck out of the way when it's going on. No, I can guarantee we're not. I've already proofed that we're not. We're not in a fucking bubble, dude. These people are lying to you. We are not in a fucking bubble. I've talked about it ad nauseum at this point. I'm not going to do it right now. I will, though. I'll tell you later why we're not. But I assure you that we're not in a bubble. And I got to warn you of this, too. If you're a bear, you need to know that. Because if we don't enter the bubble, we will reverse and go down. But if we enter that fucking bubble, you need to know. We are not in a bubble. I assure you. We are not in a fucking bubble. And if we enter a bubble, you need to know, because if we go into a bubble, it could get nasty to the upside. You need to know this. It's a very serious topic. And the people that already say that we're in a bubble, they're not serious. They're trying to sell you a fucking newspaper. You understand the difference? Like, seriously, like, you need to be able to differentiate between what is real and what is meant to elicit an emotion. And be aware of exactly where we truly are in the market. You got to know that we're not in a bubble. In no way, shape, or fucking form are we in a bubble. We will, if we enter a bubble, it's going to get fucked up. And you're going to be like, well, I thought we were in the bubble down there. That doesn't cut the mustard. You know what I mean by that? Like, it doesn't cut the mustard. You'll lose all your money not knowing that. You'll be in a lot of trouble. And you don't want to be in a lot of trouble. We are not in a bubble. We're entering one. This is where we enter the bubble. Or not. We may not enter the bubble. It's possible. But you need to be aware of that we're not in a fucking bubble. We're in like 1996. We're roughly in like 96 right now. So think about that. If they're telling you we're in a bubble and you were to go through 1996 to 2000, who are you going to get mad at? Me? Not me. I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm not selling you a newspaper. Dead up. We're not in a bubble. We're about to enter one, though. This is normal. This is like a normal bull run. There's no abnormalcy about this. We're at the end of a long grand cycle too, but you know that grand cycle could turn into a fucking bubble, and that fucking grand cycle turns into a bubble. Oof. Like, I want to talk to you about this for a minute. So, like, we're at the end of a grand cycle right now. So, if you're in a cycle, right? You're on this right here, right? This right here, and then this. Okay, this is what it is right here, right? You understand what that looks like? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So if we're going to go into a bubble, this is what it looks like. It's an extension, okay? And this is like years and years and years and years. This isn't April. This is like years. So if you go into the bubble, that's an extension off of a 5-wave move. Those fucking things they're fucking monstrous. So we're basically like right here. Now, if we trade like 700, 720, it's like a tick right here. That's it. That's it. It's just a little tick over these years. But if we enter the fucking bubble, dudes, it's like fucking, and this is like 3 or 4 years, or could be either price or time. It could be fucking monster. I think that the pullback from, or I think the correction in February to March, or I feel like, not feel, I think that so 1996 we experienced the same thing. It was like a warning shot. So February to April is telling you to watch out for a bubble. That was your big back test. And so your big back test, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? This was your back test right here. This was February, April. This is where we are right now. And if we enter a bubble, it's going to be fucking crazy town. We have not entered a bubble. Do not believe that. If we enter one, though, I know they tell you that we are in a bubble. I know that they try to spin it. I know that they try to write, like, I've read everything they've said about us being a bubble. They're lying to you. They're leaving out key information as to why that's not a bubble. It's the same thing with de-dollarization. The dollar has been worth less in prior history. It's the same as we have defaulting car loans and defaulting. Watch this one right here. You want to watch this one? Next. You can't break that white line. It's like 2 weeks ago. The hot topic was what? The hot topic was that we have out of control car loan defaults, out of control car lenders blowing up. Right? That's not true. We don't have car lenders blowing up. We don't have car loans blowing up. What we have is companies that come and go that are loaning money below subprime, and they blow up all the time. They come and they go. They're like fly-by-night companies. We don't collect data from them. The same thing would apply to like a hard money lender for flipping houses. You see them blow up and you think, oh, then maybe the housing market's crashing. No, those guys come and go too, all the time doing shady shit. There's always shady shit going on, but it's not the regular banks that are doing that, or that this is happening to. Even with your subprime stuff, these aren't even subprime people buying cars. They're like illegal immigrants with no social security number. People that live behind the scenes. People that are running from the law. A whole segment of the population that can't get it, or fraud, scammers. That's who's blowing up. People that know how to play the system. It's a totally different thing. So even that right there was fake. So you got to remember that a lot of this is like, hey, I'm selling a newspaper, I'm pushing ohm, and I don't care if I lie. I don't care if I only leave out some of the information. You know, and I'll explain it even more simply for you. Even within just a trend, there are little trends, right? So like, then there's like even bigger little trends, right? But the main trend is up. And so they'll show you something like something coming down and say, dude, this has been going down the last 3 months. We're going to crash. And you're like, oh, dude, that looks bad, dude. Look at that big fucking line going down. What they're failing to tell you is that there's a bigger trend. It's up or down or whatever. But it's used for the narrative, pushing a narrative on you. This is going to happen. And in fact, this happens all the time. Right? That line is always going. So you're constantly getting that noise that means nothing. Meaningless. I would say to you that in a very easy way, the next big story that breaks that you read today, this weekend, the next story that you read, do two things. First, look for words that say implied, maybe, could be, perceived. Any of those like gray area words. We think, possibly, maybe. Have you seen any of those words? You just take a marker and just go like this. Like mark it out. Then I want you to go to whatever facts they give you. And they say, this is happening. I want you to go to the source of the facts that they give you. Whether it's the Fed, the Fred, the BLS, it's the White House, I don't care who it is, Senate, wherever they get that information. I want you to go find out where that information and data is coming from. Is it a direct quote? Is it an interview? Is it from a source? And then find out who that source is. And I want you to then look up that source. If it's like Billy Bob's parking garage, then you know it's fucked up. If it's, let's say it's from one of three needed sources, like as an example, employment data comes from different places. Find out if it's complete or not. How many data sources are needed for unemployment numbers? You just Google search it. Or how many sources or what sources are definitely used for auto default loans? And then just find those sources. And then I want you to look at that data on a higher frame. Any of it. So whatever data they're giving you, I want you to look over it over like 10 or 20 years. So if they're giving you a snapshot that's like a month or a week or 3 months, even 6 months, even a year, or just if they're giving you a year data, I would look over 10 years. And you'd be shocked at, how much of that shit is push or in its context to the whatever news article it was, contextually speaking, does it match? Like, did they tell you in the article, well, we do this every 3 months, we go down. Over the course of a year, we get these spikes, and we get these spikes down and spikes up. Did they even tell you that in the article? Because sometimes it's like, well, we didn't tell you that, but we did. Like we referenced it to just the past 3 months, bro. Did they tell you we could crash because of this, or this is gonna auto market's gonna crash? Why did you leave out the subprime and the prime lending on cars? Well, we just wanted to focus on this one thing, bro. Like, you should be asking those questions. We don't do that anymore as a society at all, ever. We literally, as a society, everything we consume today is short, small, trusted, and easy to digest, and believe it or not, trusted. I got 1 million followers on Twitter. I trust that guy. He cites a reference, and I believe that because he cited it, and you can probably find it, and he wouldn't lie. Well, he's not lying. He's just leaving out some more context. Or not telling you its place and everything. That happens a lot with probability and statistics, mostly statistics, but incomplete information or no context in that information. And they'll sometimes write this shit. We're going up, by the way. We're going big ups. like they'll write this stuff where they can even do plausible deniability sometimes. Well, we didn't want to focus on that, or we didn't say that wasn't there. So you know what I mean. We didn't say don't look at this. But you really need to know that stuff because most of those articles are meant to do one of two things. They're either meant to
According to a
obfuscate
senior U.S.
or
official,
elicit
Trump will sign an
an
economic
emotion,
agreement, including trade, on Asia trip.
or
Furthermore, Trump to sign critical mineral agreements on Asia trip.
we're still on 678 right now. They haven't rolled yet. Or for you to not do something. Like, so think about that. Like, they want you to do something. I want you to think about that when you read stuff or consume stuff. Are these people trying to get me to do something? Try to get me to not do something? And does the real facts matter? Does there sizzle if they told me the truth? Would that sell a newspaper? Like, think about the fact that if it doesn't sell a newspaper, then they have to actually work. They have to actually work to sell a newspaper.
Responding to the USTR
So why do that?
trade investigation, Chinese embassy to the US
They can just
says
spin it
China
just enough
opposes false
and elicit a reaction out
and
of you.
related
Get
investigation
paid.
measures.
My boss gets paid, the editor. If I'm trying to sell any kind of like thing, a story, if I'm trying to sell a story, sell a thing, or I have an interest in something, and go right to a reporter and say, "Who the fuck cares, man? Just say this, this, and this." They're not going to fucking care.
A
It's going to
senior
freak
US
them out.
official says a bilateral meeting
Here's some money.
between Trump and Xi will take place.
They're not going to fucking read past the goddamn the fucking headline, and they're going to maybe read a paragraph or two, and you just cite these two things right here. They're never going to ask the context of this. And about 99% of you are not. Yeah, keep on grinding, baby. Keep on buying those calls. Keep rolling your position. Keep rolling. Keep rolling your shit higher. That's
the Chinese
real.
embassy says US actions have done serious damage to China-US ties as well as economic and trade relations.
I think back in the day it was a little bit cleaner. I think we've always had it, but it's been cleaner. Like I know the perspective this is coming from. These days,
Chinese embassy says we urge the US to promptly correct its wrong practices.
like I think it was cleaner, the information. Like even though it was still had that effect, it wasn't. A lot of people didn't have their hands in it, or not. Yeah, it was just a few people that had their hands in it. So there was like a cleanness to it. These days, you can go right on the internet and create a fucking like. We can go viral. If I ever wanted to go viral, I could. It would probably take me like 5 to 15 grand. I could go viral. I don't want to do that, but you can. And it's the first time in history that you can. It's like the first time in history that you can literally sway people as just like Joe Blow off the street. It's shocking. You can go to TikTok and create a protest with 10,000 people in about a weekend for anything you want to do. Protesting like, I don't know, purple giraffes or something. Get like 10,000 people standing there protesting purple giraffes. It's fucking crazy. And the craziest part of it is that the pool of people and entities that can do that today it's massive. You wouldn't get through the fucking front door of a news organization that was dispensing news if you were just some rando off the street back in the day. Today, anybody can do it. So it's just like overload of shit in your face constantly, 24 hours a fucking day. We're back again. We can't lose.
A senior U.S. official says Trump in Xi meeting is most interested in discussing trade.
Can't lose this right here.
Furthermore, when asked about Taiwan, a U.S. official says we can't predict what exactly the leaders will talk about or what China will raise during Xi-Trump meeting.
This right here.
Furthermore, senior U.S. official says Trump is prepared to respond to any issues raised by China.
Just so you can see this here, if you don't know what's going on here, this is one. This is one. This is two, and I don't know if it's only three or if it's 4 or 5. We got the new high off this one, so this is all one big thing. So far, this is all one big thing. We have the high, new high, so it doesn't matter. This is all one big movement. We definitely do not want to go down there. It's okay for us to go right down here. It's all part of one move. There is a roll here, but if we hold this roll, we're gonna fucking moon. So this next wave will be massive if we hold. Should be. I want to watch this one too. It's brutal out there. It's not easy. I only have maybe five news sources that I watch anymore. Like when I talk to you guys about Wolf Richter, he's one of the
Chinese
few that I
embassy
can
says
trust.
the U.S. has failed to meet its obligations under the Phase 1 economic and trade agreement.
There's not many people you can trust anymore dispensing news.
A senior U.S. official says the U.S. wants know-how capital from Asian allies on shipbuilding.
There aren't many anymore left. It's not glamorous. Like if any of you guys read Wolf Richter, you ever notice that he doesn't give you his opinion in the blog posts? He just gives you the fucking facts. He doesn't tell you what he thinks. He doesn't tell you what his opinion is. He doesn't tell you anything. Just says these are the facts. Now they'll discuss it in his comments and stuff, but that shit doesn't sell newspapers. Go read his shit. It's pretty dry. It's not for everybody. But once you read it, you're like, oh fuck, they're all fucking lying to me. Like they're just like they're lying, ignorant, lazy, whatever it is. And then of course we repeat that shit everywhere. We're like, this is fact, and we look like clowns. And you can't be taken seriously. So you're just like, oh fuck. Watch this closely here, this white line. These are this buyer right here. You got to watch. They took us here. They took us here. New high. We take this one down here. It can be dangerous. We go right down here. Also note too that 678 is the magnet for today. And we're trading right now 678.0. Do not long this. Do not long that. If you don't know what I'm talking about with any of this stuff, he's a good place to start. If you don't read Wolf Richter, you should. And even if you don't understand it, you should. Read it. Listen to the comments in the comment section. Read it for a few months and it'll click eventually. There's other sources too. There's one called my wife pays for something called No Feelings or something. It's we have like a subscription that shows you the news, and it shows you what the left wants you to think and what's the right wants you to think. And that one's kind of neat because it The one I'll get you. I'll find out what it's called today. But we have this one thing where it's a fucking called it's called no feelings or something like that. But anyways, this one shows how Democrats will pick up a cause, and then Democrat or Republicans will shit on it, and then they'll flip. But the same message is there. No matter who the party is, they flip back and forth. I'll get the name of it for you, but I read that fucking thing too. My wife reads it. Here, I'll just draw this out for you.
A senior U.S. official says we are very keen to nail down an investment deal with South Korea as soon as possible.
That's where we're going. Or that's the best you're going to see. To take along here, you would need to see this, that, and then you could buy that back test right there. Don't buy this. It's garbage. I'll get the name of the company, but we get this thing. Anyways, we get this thing, and it actually tracks over time who's pushing what narrative and how they're pushing it, and traces it back
to the senior U.S. official. He says the company, moving at the pace of India's ambition on deals, which is not always
that
speedy.
Are pushing those narratives. And it destroys your whole worldview. You're like, God damn it. Fuck. Fuck. And then, of course, I'm out there pushing that narrative. And I'm like, God, oh, I can't believe I did that. You know what I mean? It's not. So I think I'll if you guys want some update right here. So earlier when we came into this, so just a quick thing, we'll talk about this right now. Someone asked a question, should I hold calls over the weekend? So I'm going to tell you a couple things, okay? It's Friday. Profit is being taken here while early call buyers are trying to buy calls for next week. Okay? This is FOMO. Personally, I wouldn't chase this. Personally, I don't really care if we go all the way up here on Monday or not. I don't care if we roll on Monday. I just want to observe Sunday and Monday. I think most of the time you'll get a chance to buy a dip. It's over here. My recommendation is always follow the fucking rules. And I don't give a fuck how long it takes. I don't care if it's Monday fucking morning, jackknifing down here. I don't fucking care if it's Wednesday, jackknifing down there. My take for you this weekend in particular is I think a doggone it asked me this earlier. He said, what do you think I should do here for the weekend? And I said, nothing. I said, I will tell you. I said, I will tell you if there's a dip to buy. Now, if you're trying to short this, I wouldn't do that either. They will take all your fucking stops over the weekend. Don't do it. We're not in sell the rip yet, and you can't get out of the trade. So let's say you're right on Monday and we're down. It's not a question of that. It's a question of you couldn't open or close your trade over the weekend. So don't do it. It's not worth it. You want an edge in everything you fucking do. You want everything in your side that you can have on your side to make money. We're making money. We're not giving it back. We're not feeling something. None of that. I don't do that here. And you shouldn't be doing that either. So I want you to like come if you just joined us in the show, do me a solid and come back or rewind this show to like 12:30, 1 p.m. and I go through this whole thing with time and prior time and expectations for next week. And I want you to think about what I said, because what I said to you is, if you're a good trader, you're not doing anything right now. You're just watching price action to the close, and you're going to observe what happens on Sunday, and then it's going to give you an idea of what takes place next week, and you're going to know where to buy and sell next week with the ability to enter and exit at will. So just don't do it. You should be flat right now. If you trade with me, you're flat. That's what you are. You made your money this week, hand over fist. So if you're just joining us, you have fear of missing out, there's no trade for you here. You're going to lose. Don't be that guy. Be the guy that is making money consistently. And if you have to wait a week for that, I'll teach you how to do it. There's no trade here for bears. There's no trade here for bulls. And there's too much risk over the weekend. Not necessarily down, just too much risk to not be able to get out if you're wrong. So there's no edge here. Just enjoy your weekend, and I will get back to you on Sunday as to what the price action looks like, and Monday. And when I'm sitting there and shit's on fire and I'm buying it or selling it, there's a reason why I'm fucking selling it, and there's a reason why I'm buying it. It's a sure fucking thing, and we're going to make bank doing that together. You should be flat here. I know it sucks. Target right there. If we blasted down today, maybe. If we jackknifed this close like straight down, yeah, I'd buy that. But we ain't doing that, so you got no trade. Sorry, I'm watching the construction, guys. I'd rather you guys make like 10 dope-ass trades, 9 dope-ass trades. Prints hundreds %. So don't. This year is about making money. Oh, 670 today. I don't know if we can get it. If we can, I don't think we can get it here. So what this looks like is what I showed you earlier. Here, I'll just make this bigger. Just so you can see what price action is. Because we're doing this big fan right here. But saying that, we could easily swing this whole thing lower on Monday and then do this. You don't want to be caught in that. You don't want to be caught in that. And you don't want to be caught thinking that's going to happen and they blast your ass on Monday. We open up here. So we want to find the high and the low, and not the high or the low, but a high or low in the week and work from there next week. Don't mess with this. If you're long with me, so I'm already out, but if you're long from down here, if you're long from where I got long, I'll show you exactly where I got long. Like to the tick. Ready? Right there. That's where I got long. Literally to the tick. I got long on that tick. I didn't even wait for the turn. We literally, if you were on this show with me on Tuesday or Wednesday, if you go back in our chat, in our Discord, I said, close your fucking puts, didn't I? So Now we're up here. And what did I do here? I closed right there. Hold on. I closed right there. So now, what do I think here? This is distribution. And I follow my rules, right? I either need to see us come down and clean out this here. This is Wednesday. Right, let me show you this. So this is Wednesday. Friday, Thursday, 9 a.m. right here. So I'd like to see like this or this. Something like that. Slightly higher. It's like right there. So I either need to be what? See this, or I need to see this, or if we wake up on Monday, we're up here, I would need to see that to sell. Wham, wham, wham. Make sense? So I'm either a seller up here or a buyer down here. Now we're going to buy the dip right now, so if I can get down in here, I can sell that right there. And watch my next trade. You want to see my next trade? It's right here. My next big trade's probably. And why am I not selling this right now? Because we're closed on Sunday. We're closed Friday. We're closed Saturday. I can't get out of that trade if it goes the wrong way. So let's say we go up here and all the way down here, and you're all crying, and I'm like, fuck no, we're doing that, baby, right there. And I'm long. Or I get cut up over here, get over there, like fucking bullshit, bunch of bullshit, cut up all over there. Meanwhile, it's there. I'm just ready to rock. So I think being in here is dangerous. And I ain't got no time for giving back my money. I can come right back on Monday, right? Look at this. Come back on Monday. Like this is Sunday futures. Come back at 9 a.m. on Monday. I got my half-hour trigger right here. I buy the fucking dip Monday morning, 9 a.m., and I start ramping it. Blast into the, like, Monday morning, 9 a.m., no theta burn. Woo! Jim James comes in on Monday and says, we're buying the open, and we're going to ramp it. And we go vertical. Everybody's making money. Yeah, bro.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500, sell side 1 billion. NASDAQ 100, sell side 500 million. Dow 30, sell side 82 million. Mag 7, sell side 402 million.
I bought 78s. No.
Wall Street bets on tariff refunds if court rules against Trump.
All they got to do is grind you sideways. See this half-hour trigger coming up? Coming on Monday, the half-hour trigger's right there. They grind your ass sideways. Why would you give 3 days of theta to people? Why would you give 3 days of theta to people? You're out of your minds. What's wrong with you guys? If I was a dealer, I'd eat you alive. What are you guys doing? I would eat you for lunch if I was a dealer. Wait until Monday. Go to the casino and hit the slots. The sluts. Did they say Wall Street bets? Is that what they said? Where MOC is sell side, S&P 500 sell side, NASDAQ, Mag 7 sell side. Hold on here, guys. I got you covered. Here's your buy sell side right now. Tell him, Kevin. Please. Just chill this weekend. If you're out there, just hang the fuck out. Don't do, and trust me, please, I'm begging you. Just chill. Chill from now to Monday. Enjoy your Saturday and your Sunday. Do not do any trading here, please. I don't want you to, like, 50% of you are going to be wrong. So why would you ever want to, like, 50%? 50% is bad. I guess it's good for, like, blackjack or some shit, but you're not counting cards in this fucking thing, so don't do it. Ooh, you like that? That's nice, right? Okay, so I pay for that's nice, right? Do you guys want me to start posting that? I'll post that every day now. Oh yeah, I like that. Yeah, get down there. Get down there. Get down there. Take all their stops. They're fucking dirty ass bulls. Take them all. Take all their fucking stops in here. Yes. Oh, how'd that feel? Yeah, that feel good? Yes, there's a bear in here. Yeah, I like that. Oh, yeah, that feels good. Let me reach my paw down here on you. You guys, you're all doing over there, girl. Oh yeah, how's that? Oh yeah, that's my bear paw. Oh yeah. Oh, how's that feel right now? Yeah, digging down in there. No lube. Yeah, how's that feel? Here, let me get a tube. Let me get a tube for you over there. Here. Oh, Diddy. Oh, Diddy, what are you doing down there? Oh, yeah. Get that little lubed up down there. Yeah. How's that for you, huh? How's that? Yeah, that's good, isn't it? Feel that? Diddy. The new czar. The new czar of Oh God, what are you doing down there, Diddy? Oh God, take a picture of that. Screenshot that. Yes. The new czar of of seed oil in the U.S. Yeah, dig on down there. That's dealers, by the way. They got their bear gloves on. No lube. The new seed oil czar of the U.S. Diddy. Did you hear the rumor that he's got a big? They're gonna fuck. Did you hear, dude? Seriously, there's a rumor that they're gonna do. They're gonna get out Diddy and Sam Bankman-Friedman. Did you hear that shit? They're gonna get him out too. That's the word on the street right now. Oh God, look at Mag 7 cell. You see that Mag 7 cell? Hold on. You guys want to watch this at the same? I can do this same time. You guys want to do this same time? Check this out. It moves. Oh yeah. Yes. Yes. Top 5 buys right now. INTC, AMD. INTC, AMD. Mag 7 getting annihilated right now. INTC, big buyers right now. Big sellers on Oracle, PG, NVDA, Apple, Lilly. Han, Cost, TER, TER, HON, AMD, INTC, big buying right now. Oh, yeah, get down there. Get down there. Tag that line right there. Tag it. A little bit more, a little bit more. Tag that fucking line right there. All right, we'll take it. I might buy that. That's a pretty good buy right there. I'd buy that. If you want to buy this close, that's probably good. Call spreads right now. You got a few minutes. Now, there's one problem. See this right here? There is a little bit of that bad boy going on right there, but I would buy that, definitely. Buy some call spreads down there. All right, I'll see all of you guys on, just think you didn't give your money back to the market end of the day today. I'll see all of you guys on Monday. Have yourselves a great weekend. Don't get too fucking weird. Don't get bizarre or anything. If you get a nice low here, you can probably put a call spread on for next week. It's pretty close. It needs to be at like 70. It needs to be like right here. This is the start of the dip buying. So the dip buying is right here. It's not even that fucking low. Look at that. It looks so bad and it's not. It's not even that bad. It looks so bad on. It looks so bad on camera, or on a 1 minute chart, but it's nothing, dude. We're nowhere. We gotta hit this one. I'd fucking love to hit this one down here. Oh God, 669, 66, dude. I would pleasure myself if that happened. Oh.